Hey, it's Shabes, and welcome to another expedition of the Anime Encyclopedia. I don't know why, I tried putting the chat on the screen, and it's not working, so I'm gonna ignore it. It's just gonna be this screen today. With hopefully a little variety. Actually, let me link that. Sheesh. Never prepared. Okay, we're back. Let's get everything up. Whoo-wee. Okay, that looks fine. All right. So we're in R. Hello, Greg. And we wanted to do 46 per stream, so that we finish by the end of April. So, we're at REC. So let's count 46 entries and find out where we're gonna land at the end of this stream. It's an interesting first title for the first one we're gonna go over. Great job on owning my video, Shapes. I hope you feel good about it. Rec is good. I wish it was done. Look, I do feel good, ultimately, but I'm quite the people pleaser. I really don't like making divisive videos where people might disagree with me, or think I'm going in, or, you know, there's some push and pull. I like when everyone likes my stuff and it's very universal, and I think I've made videos the past year or two, or probably longer, not gonna lie. I think the last time I made something actually divisive was probably Lupin, but it was only because of the way I made it. I don't know, and yeah, there's some people that would have like spats of things against Lupin or whatever, but this one's rough. The divisiveness it does have an effect on me, and I want to. You know, the thing is, I have to accept that I'm not going to convince everybody by the way I made it, like, specifically. And I feel like even if I tried harder, I probably wouldn't have made the video at all. So it's not fun, and they do get me down. But I was very anxious posting it, very, very anxious, and so I worked on chapters for like 100 episodes of something, like this show that's like over 100 episodes. And I just worked on that for 4 hours, not looking at Twitter, not looking at YouTube. And as I was doing the chapters, just trying to zone out, I listened to like several Pen Pals albums, just forget it, just don't be so taking so much. And I had several Discord DMs thanking me for the video. And that was very, very encouraging. And the other thing that kind of sealed the deal for me, that kind of made me be like, I think it's going to be okay, is when my boss liked and retweeted my post about it. He didn't give me any like comments about it, but he shared it, and that really meant a lot. Seriously, it really meant a lot, because I was really worried. I was just thinking it out in my head, like, no, I mean, come on. But it was worrying me, and that was kind of all that I needed. And there's still people that like have followed me for a long time, or have supported me in the past, that have disagreed or have taken the other stance and everything, and I get it. And I've been trying to be nice, trying to be nice to them. This is not really the right way to put it. I've been trying to really talk with them and understand where they're coming from, and not try to I don't want to lose them, because again, I'm a people pleaser. I really want to I want everyone to but yeah, it's not an easy thing to make, but again, I really care. I would keep myself up at night thinking about this video and how excited it made me in terms of just like the effectiveness, ideas rushing through and different ways of saying it and things I could pack and everything. And there's stuff I cut from that video. I was thinking of having this 30-second AMV section of Stop Scaring the Hose. Because I thought it was fitting. But it ultimately ends up being a separate idea. And the initial draft of this video was basically two very long, two 45-second intros, and then the video actually starts. So the Ebert quote was a lot longer and had way more context to it. But I decided it needs to be short. The curtness is part of it, so it really needed to kick off like that. So I really like how it came out, but I'm gonna make a thing. Thank you for dropping a few minutes. I'm sleepy. That's fine, Gil. Thank you for coming. I have opinions on my mind, but I did like it. Also, the video was good. Thank you. What's up? Good to see you, Joel. Hey, what Wikipedia article is this? Wikipedia article. I'm not sure what you mean, M&N. Sorry. And I think you're relatively new to the stream. So this is the Encyclopedia that I've been reading. I've been reading the entire anime encyclopedia, both the first and the third edition. This entire book, I've been reading all of it for the past 2 years. So that's what I've been doing, and this is what this stream's about. We're gonna be reading it live, not all out loud, but nice, good to hear compliments. Well, you have to be divisive sometimes, otherwise it's going to feel like you don't have a real opinion on anything. No, exactly. My YouTube friends, I was I'm in a server with them, and there was a joke at one point where I was a fence sitter, and so anytime they were kind of sharing like tier lists and one of those political compasses where like the 4 quadrant stuff and where you put them on the lines and stuff, and they would always put me in the middle just as a joke because I'm centrist, and I don't have I try not to have real opinions on anything, or I share those sorts of things. I guess that's a part of it, of just, but yeah. Getting that nepotistic ego boost thing. No, look, I mean, it was more of a fact of just like, I'm worried that this could get me fired. Because I was taking this stance or whatever. One of the people I sent this to, told me he's concerned about that. And it ran through my mind, and yeah. He'd have no, perfectly within his right. But like, I think it's just that, it's because like, it's not like Discotheque is this, one of our highest selling titles is Kiss X Sis. And we just released Violence Jack a couple months ago. Like, those are way worse titles than Onimai. So it would have been a little weird, but I wouldn't have held it against him because it's about the business. I might check out that one right now. Cool. Music may be a bit loud. Oh, here? Oh, you're right. I didn't even change it. I'm sorry. I didn't even fucking add it. It's whatever. I'm sorry. Sorry. I hope you stay in a good headspace. Yeah, I'm hoping so too. Thankfully, I think I've been getting more positive than negative, which is good. But it's like 80%, and 80's rough for me. Like my Naruto Sasuke video is at like 99% likes. I have not looked at the Onimai like dislike ratio. I don't want to. I might accidentally at some point, and then I'll be like, beyond the Z-axis and descend, become the hyper-radical centrist. It's not the horniest take from an employee of your brand, I think. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I don't think... Whatever. But next video will probably be a dud. Let's not kid ourselves. Because again, I'm sorry. I'm gonna try to actually shut up about this one. I'm actually gonna try to not spoil what it is. But it's kind of cool. I don't know how actually, it's not gonna be like, Algo's not gonna like it. I don't know how Algo could possibly like it. But what is Algo like these days anyway? Algorithm. Sorry I have to explain the joke, but I just was like, I just felt, wasn't sure if that was getting hit by people. Do you think the criticism towards overtly fan servicey shows comes mainly from newer anime fans who are not as used to that kind of stuff? Sure. But a lot of the old fans feel that way too, and have never really budged on that. But they have kind of double standards, right? To me, and I obviously didn't make this art because there's certain. I really tried to be, as broad, like really precise, and I always felt like the reason, part of the reason it's short, that video, is that I know the more that I talk, I feel like the more holes they'll be able to poke in it, or I don't know. I just want to be very simple and clear with my message. But to me, prudishness is a slippery slope. You're gonna ban one book, and then why not that other book? Why not that other book? Why not that other book? Why not that other? You start a chain reaction. And so for me, prudish, like with people being prudish about fan service, it's like, I don't know if you realize how baked into it is into everything with anime. It's in the biggest, most mainstream titles, and it's in the most niche, like whatever. There's countless there's so much that like goes way worse and way harder, or is more hard-edged or whatever. But like I said, like even the most innate, like some other stuff, like where do you draw the line? The line is wherever you feel comfortable with, to me. And then people can make arguments of like, no, what I just read, I actually, this is really based. Speaking of banned books, I watched a video of PBS NewsHour, and they were interviewing somebody who was from the... I'm sorry, I'll link the video. If I can find it. But basically, they said, how do you draw the line? Because they're saying that, because people who are making these arguments for banning these books, they're saying it's pornography. How do you argue that it's not pornography? Or how do you navigate this? And the answer that they gave was, well, you can't. This is about the parents. The parents have to be making those choices for their children, or for whoever, right? If you have to manage your child, but you cannot then go to you can't blame the library. You can't just be like banning the book from the library because you don't want your child to read it, because that would mean you're dictating your child, other people's child. You're banning it for everybody, and that's not what they're. That's the issue with it, basically. I have to find that. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's on my other channel. I have multiple channels that I watch videos on. I'm just looking through my watch history, and then I'll link it through the chat. I've watched a lot of videos today. What can I say? Oh, here. Nope. Yes, the top. Yeah. So they were talking about the library books that have been banned and everything. Okay, now I'm gonna log into my account. I'm streaming, and now like that. There you go. I think. Yes. There it is. Yeah. It's up to the parent to manage their kid, and so their argument is just like, you have to be the parent, and maybe I'm boiling their stance down, but they don't. It's complete. What I'm saying is that it's a completely subjective line that you draw, and what I was basically trying to argue in this video was, draw those lines. That's fine, and there's some nasty stuff. I draw my lines too. There's stuff that I will not even try or give the light of day, but I'm not going to go out of my way to condemn those titles or say they suck, if I'm not giving them the respect, or I'm not trying them, or you know, basically like kind of wide swath. And that's why that climax kind of leads into more like, ew, I don't like sports, isn't that for girls? That's no different to me, where people are just kind of completely judging an entire group of shows or titles based on stuff they haven't seen, right? And if you try one episode and you don't like it, you drop it, that's fine. Oh my god, that's fine. And people were literally saying in the comments that like I was saying you shouldn't criticize these shows. I never said that. Never. Please have your criticisms and your opinions, but don't be judgmental of other people who are watching it and enjoying it. And you know, and like be mindful in managing how you talk about these titles that, you know, that you've only seen one episode of and I'm dropping for whatever personal reason. But like to call it, you know, the way that it was being called and fucking disgusting and in all these different reviews. I get reviews, that's their job, but I don't necessarily agree with their approach of reviews, is what I'll say. %, is kind of it. Yeah. Oh boy, Toy Magic over it. Not that one. I'm saving that one for later, because I can't because of what I'm doing in the summer. I can't devote like the Toei Magical Girl thing is something I really want to. I also want to finish Sally and Akko first, and I'm not even close. So I want to actually. That one's gonna be later, but it is being made. I am definitely interested in that and making that. Partially, if it's been around, just see this entire encyclopedia based on your video. Yeah, I get a little sad reading some of the comments. I'm not sure if it's a slippery slope inherently, but I've said it around with some kind of the prude people, and it's worth mentioning it's largely a female demographic. Just like, it doesn't matter what gender they are. For the record. Not that you're like, I'm not gonna be like, you're wrong, and I just want to make my stance clear. To me, it does not matter. Does not matter. Just like there are plenty of fish in the sea, there's an anime manga for everyone out there. I'm slipping on the name, but I feel like the studio that made Onimai has a lot of potential. Yeah, it's the Mushoku Tensei guys. There's a whole, like, and Crunchy Bagels mentioned it in his video, so that's why I didn't mention it in mine. But that was another reason I was interested in Onimai, because it's so fascinating that Studio Bind is 2 for 2 with anime where the first episode completely turns half the audience off, and the other half really like it. You know, isn't that so interesting? I don't know. I find that really fascinating. Porn always comes down to how court's authority sees it. Yeah, exactly. It's, you know, it's not 3 Hertz, but I think it was Mushoku Tensei people. Yep. Speaking of 3 Hertz, holy smokes, they fell off. I saw one episode of that new original they did, and it was no flip flappers or Sword no Method. I don't know what original it is. I'm not familiar. By the way, I did not know that Oshinoko was Doko Kobo. I actually didn't know that was them. Good for them, getting that bag. Actually getting like an actually popular title for one. Look, New Game is pretty. It was sort of like their high point, but even that show was not, you know, this explosive in popularity. Good for. I'm just saying, good for Doko Kobo. It seems like they, you know, that's cool. I'm sure if I was talking Paprika Epic Media Distribution, I'd put more onward. Like, we can draw on lines, but to play dev advocate, the distribution and marketing. This is like when parents get outraged that their kid is playing an M-grade game that they gave to their kid. No, exactly. I think part of the Western critique tradition is to make value judgments of the consumers. Like, even Ebert himself has biases, like absolutely hilarious, hating slasher movies. Yeah, but the thing with Ebert, he tried. He watched them. He really... Yeah, and look, I'm probably going to have the same thing with if I ever really try to watch hentai. Ugh. I would probably feel the same way. But that's the thing. I'm really not going to gear my content around the stuff that I don't have experience with and don't fully understand. you know, and don't have inherent respect for. If it's hard for me to respect the title, I'm not going to make it. I don't want to make a video about it. Bind a super otaku filtering. Yeah. I think people should accept sex appeal as a legitimate aspect of the arts. 100% of the people are horny 99% of the time, and it would be a shame if we couldn't explore that also in non-pornographic works. Yeah. Yeah, I'd agree. Yeah. Yeah, it's wild. It's such a wild jump from, like, even plastic memories. Yeah. Doug Kobo's been on a roll. I really like Senpai Gauzai. Oh, yeah, my Senpai's annoying. That was them, too, wasn't it? Good for them. Hell yeah. All right, let's get into this. It's been 21 minutes. Granted, it's, you know. Yeah. First stream since video came out. I understand. But I'm happy the majority of you guys seem to enjoy it. I guess that's that one. Okay. The new three-hertz anime is the Marginal Service. I haven't even heard anything about that one. I'm not sure what happened, since Healer Girl was last year was quite well made. Though I'd imagine Irie could get some great animators together. You know, the whole thing with anime right now. Something's gonna happen. I think it is a matter of time where something really high profile is gonna collapse, and a lot of people are gonna lose some money. And it's gonna have to downsize. I think it's gonna burst. It's already in the process of bursting. There's several anime that couldn't even make it through because COVID, but no. And you just hope it doesn't happen to a show that you really like. You know, I'd be pretty disappointed. I would be disappointed if G-Witch crashes and burns. Production-wise, that'd be very unfortunate. But at least season 1 was great. Thing is, right? The conditions are shitty all across the board. It doesn't matter how good the show is, or how much you like it, or how obviously bad it is, or something. It just doesn't matter. The entire industry is so fucked right now. And the thing you have to hope for is you just hope the quality doesn't suffer, that the end result doesn't follow that, doesn't reflect that. But I really hope something changes. I really hope we dial this back, because it's unsustainable right now. It's really bad. I was gonna try Marginal Service, and then I saw the score instantly tank when it came out. That's kind of a rub in about sex themes. Probably the most dramatic and narrative stories around sex tend to be josei, and even then, that's still stereotypically self-indulged, like 50 Shades. It'd be so rough if G-Witch can't handle the strain. Though it's weird that it hasn't shown its cracks like other productions outside the off-season break. We'll see. I'm very grateful for what we've got. I'll just say that. All right, let's get this first one. What a first one to do. Recently, My Sister is Unusual. Let's see what they got to say about this title. I'll read this one out loud because you probably know about this one. I don't know too much about it, to be honest with you, but like I know about Oriimo, but I don't think this is it. Is this it? This isn't it? I keep confusing the two, but I know. No, that's definitely not. Okay. Mitsuya suffers a series of life-changing events, including her mother's remarriage, the injection into her family unit of elder stepbrother Yuya, and her parents' subsequent departure for foreign climes, leaving her stuck in the house with her new not quite sibling. Not quite incest soon ensues, but not in the usual way of anime, erotica, and pornography. Oh no, this time, Mitsuya is forced into compromising situations with Yuya in order to charge up the magic chastity belt that has been foisted on her by Hiyori, a ghost for whom the sexual attention of Yuya represents the final achievement required before opening a stairway to heaven. What? I I didn't know it was about that. Huh. Okay. The story is sold as a romantic comedy, despite featuring a female lead compelled to seduce her own stepbrother. Meanwhile, Hiyori literally forces herself on Mitsuya, but sexual assault is apparently alright if they're both girls. To add injury to insult, the chastity belt only switches off for a limited period each hour, leading to a series of off-color gags about Mitsuya's bladder control. Based on the manga by Mari Matsuzawa, a 13th episode was bundled in the DVD release, and there was apparently enough of a market in Japan for this nonsense for it also to be upgraded to a live-action film adaptation in 2014. The rating was unsuitable for the under 15s, although the authors suggest it is unsuitable for anyone. Yeah, I can kind of understand why I've really not heard anything about this title. Sheesh. I don't think execs would stop unless they actually feel the burn. I feel like we're boom period akin to the early 1980s, which is worrying. Yeah, Sunrise built different. It's a bubble, but it's in quantity and talent is getting super spread thin because it allows better execution control. Is different, yeah, although I also know it next to nothing about it. What? Yeah. That sounds different. Maybe I'm thinking another incest show. Not blood related, doesn't count. I watched it. I think it's kind of interesting since it has this sort of idea where it's like the main sister has to sort of sort out which feelings are her own and which are the ghost. That's the show about a ghost who wants to have sex with a guy, but the only one she can possess is his sister. So there's kind of this identity conflict. Okay. Well, they're pretty much criticizing the premise, but they don't necessarily give their real opinion about it. Because like the things they say is the story is sold as a romantic comedy despite featuring a female lead compelled to seduce her own stepbrother. And that's not necessarily an opinion. It's more just a... I don't know. But maybe my definition of opinion is a little narrow. But sexual assault is apparently alright if they're both girls. So they do call it nonsense, for this nonsense for it to also be upgraded. And then it says, although the author suggested it is unsuitable for anyone. So they do insert themselves. I'll consider that an odd choice. Just because I've been keeping track of how many times they insert themselves into the book. Being like, we encyclopedists say, or the authors say this, or whatever. Pretty much just say nonsense. And I also put, unsuitable for everyone. Yeah, it's a different hentai, this cute ghost. I think Imicho just tends to fall into a lot of the same problems of these 12-episode shows where they have bait and switch an ending, only to have it teased for a non-existent sequel. Yeah, that's the thing I really didn't like about watching seasonal anime, man. And the thing is, right, some of them would get that season 2, and I don't care anymore. You know, it's been so long since the last season. What, would I have to watch it again? I don't really want to do that, especially if I wasn't. I love the show or something. I've almost never. I think I'd have to look through my Kitsu, but I don't feel like there's been a situation where I've loved the season 2 as much, if not more, than the first season. It's usually the case where I'm like, yep, it's more of that. you know? Because I know that it, like, they're just going to do the same fucking thing at the end of season 2 as they did season 3. You know what? The one exception I can think of, right now at least, Rakugo Shinju. But that's only because they announced at the end of that season that this ends Act 1, join us for Act 2 next year. They made a point. It wasn't maybe it'll come out, right? And the thing with Rakugo Shinju is it's very deliberately past and present, two halves, and they really rival each other in terms of the effectiveness, I think. God, it's an incredible show. I would say that's one thing. I would say that's maybe an example of that. But oftentimes I really don't care or need a second season of something if it doesn't already exist, obviously. Or, like, I don't know. Depends. Obviously, I would want something like Attack on Titan, but it took me a while to to come around on Attack on Titan. Also because it's a longer manga, but they specifically added a non-ending where they tease a conclusion. Ugh. Yeah, right? There are definitely anime original shows where I like later seasons more than season 1. That's fair. I've been trying to think of them more as entire series rather than individual seasons, since I understand it was initially written that way. But sometimes one core anime structure gets annoying. Yeah, that's a thing. Okay. Alright, cool second pick here. Record of Lotus War. And this is the first edition, of course, so I'll read this one too, because it's well known. They actually have nearly a whole page dedicated to it too. This video series, based on the novels and gaming scenarios created by Ryo Mizuno and Hiroshi Yasuda, presents role-playing games presents role-playing games as they never were, but should have been. Are they taking an entire dump on the RPG genre? Dude. That is so out of pocket. That is so out of pocket. Oh my gosh. Right out the gate? In a world still reeling in the aftermath of a war between gods, a classic D&D party of a warrior Parn, elf Deedlit, dwarf Geem, magic user Slain, cleric Eto, and thief Woodchuck set out to seek the aid of Wart the Sage, a former adventurer whose early years were chronicled in the spin-off manga Lady of Ferris. The land of Lotus is under threat from a revival of the power of darkness. A heroic king and his noble warlord have been turned to the dark side by an evil counselor, and the heroes of a former struggle are lending what support they can to the new young team as they travel to Wart's stronghold, only to learn that he... I just don't want to read this in case it's a spoiler. I'm not, I won't read it out loud. Trying to recruit allies for the fight against darkness among exotic kingdoms and dank forests, meeting evil dark elves, desert princess, and dragons guarding ancient treasures deep below the earth. At the end of the story... I'm just gonna fucking keep spoiling it, bro. Come on! I wanted to watch Lotus Roar. What the fuck? I wanted to watch this. What the fuck? I guess it's a general... So annoying. I wish Rakugo Shinju had North American BDs, even in Japan. I feel like Rakugo Shinju might have been Aniplex, but I don't know. I don't remember.
I mean, I felt like a second or third season effectively builds on the prior ones, but it really depends on the strength of work of the source material. These guys are very much not gamers, like casually. Honestly, I never could get into Lotus War. The OVA is absolutely beautiful looking, though. One of the best looking I've seen for sure. Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to it. God. There's actually more in the author's other work, Record of Grand Crest, which the Rakugo director adapted before he was on Kaguya. Oh yeah? No shit. Was that a complete adaptation, Roger? Grand Crest? Yahari Ogairu is so wild in its jump in season 1 to 2 that I actually cared about season 3. The wait for season 3. Explains why what little I saw of Grand Crest has some pretty striking direction. Honestly, I think it was a perfect fit. Some of the romantic conflicts in the series actually reminded me a lot of Rakugo. Nice. Let me know if that's complete. Okay. The villains are dark and deadly enough to... Let me keep reading the first edition. The villains are dark and deadly enough to satisfy the keenest good versus evil aficionado. The keenest good versus evil aficionado? What? You mean like fiction? What? The villains are dark and deadly enough to satisfy the keenest good versus evil aficionado, but they're neither motiveless nor entirely unsympathetic. I just can't get over good versus evil aficionado. Are you one of the are you a fellow good versus evil aficionado? What? It was a complete story. Hell yeah. Interesting. I will put I am now interested in Record of Grand Crest War. Because Roger mentioned it during Lodos. Rakugo director. Full story. Fuck yeah. That's an interesting to say. Satisfyingly nasty. Good versus evil aficionado. But they're neither. One of the most tear-jerking scenes in the whole anime occurs in episode 10 when. Come on! I'm gonna watch it! Stop! Oh my god. This is great. Stop! Oh my god. Sorry. One of the most tear-jerking moments in the whole anime occur is... That's like spoiling that one episode of Razafon. Don't spoil the tear-jerking moments. Don't spoil the Razafon thing either. I haven't seen that either. Oh, come on. Ugh. The little people soldiers commanding outpost forts, thieves, and farmers are shown in a sympathetic light, often more honorable and honest than the great kings and mages. And we learn that some of those who fought for the triumph of light in days of yore are now on the side of darkness. In his way, the good sage Wart is more amoral than his dark counterpart, Carla the Grey Witch, who possesses men and topples empires to keep faith with her unshakable belief that good and evil must be kept in balance, and that when one has ruled for too long, the balance must be made to shift. Seductive music, especially the opening and ending themes, powerful faux medieval and Art Nouveau design, and strong characters make for an attractive package. Well, there's your positive endorsement. Watch Razafon! Yeah, okay, I've tried. Okay. It was, you know what? It was one of those titles that I was probably going to watch last year when I was watching a bunch of mecha. And there's just other mecha I wanted to watch more. And it's unfortunate because several of those ended up being pretty mediocre to me, or I just didn't feel too strongly about. So I chose poorly, alas. Do they make a distinction between the Lotus OVA and TV series? Not yet. I haven't seen anything about the TV series, but I'm sure they mention it. Yeah, we'll see. There's an effective opening sequence by veteran Rintaro, but the animation is generally undistinguished. The plotting circles and strays in places, and many elements of the dense backstory are hinted at, though not explored. But the whole is involving enough to carry the viewer over such minor hiccups. Ryotaro Nakamura's later movie and video sequel Legend of Christania proves less than satisfying. Promising concept is let down by low-rent designs, appalling animation, and editing that verges on the deranged in places. Add to this a poor English dub and a different US distributor with a non-existent numbering policy. Set 300 years after the original and featuring characters who were supposed to be dead last time we looked, Ashram is possessed by the evil god Barbas, while Purotessa assembles a new band of heroes to fight back. The already confusing plot of warring werebeasts is made even harder to unravel when the tape called A New Beginning turns out to be the last episode, coming after Cave of the Sealed and Resurrection of the Gods King. I actually seen Christania. Not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure I watched this actually, because yeah, so I watched, I didn't see the Legend of Christania OVA, but I did watch the movie, actually. And I liked it. I didn't think the animation was appalling, but that's their opinion. I'm going to put it as a negative. Low rent designs. Appalling animation. Editing that verges on the deranged. Core English dub. Whatever. Okay. Razvan is, I'm not a huge mecha person, but it got me invested. Just a really compellingly strange sci-fi story. A lot of heart. Editing that verges on the range is a fun description, I must admit. Guess I arrived during a Razvan discussion. Awesome. It was because... Why did we bring up Raz? Oh, it's because... I'm pretty sure it's because convincing people mentioned it. Yeah, because they've been spoiling Lotus War like crazy. So he's like, that's like spoiling Razvan. So... okay. The franchise returned briefly for Chiaki Koichi's theatrical short, Welcome to Lotus Island, a squashed-down cartoon version re-released on video with extra footage. In the post-Evangelion boom, when producers desperately searched for anything to expand, the franchise was brought back once more, this time as Yoshihiro Takamoto's TV series, Record of Lotus War, Chronicles of the Heroic Knight. Set 5 years after the original video series, it features a number of former supporting characters in major roles, along with members of the original cast who have hardly changed a bit. Young Spark fills the would-be paladin role occupied by Parn, now a bona fide hero in the OVA, in the original video series. Barely competent mercenaries, Shiris and Orson, attack a free village and meet apprentice mage Cecil, a prissy, just masculine version of elfin babe Deedlit from Series 1. Deedlit and Parn show up in time to stop a bloodbath when gentle giant Orson goes into berserker mode, and grown-up mage Slain, also from Series 1, shows up with his wife and daughter in time to fill in some of the expository gaps and get everyone organized into a dungeon party without too much bickering. Nothing much has changed in 5 years. There's another threat to the peace of the island and the supremacy of light. Parn still idolizes the ultra-cool mercenary king Kashue, and still has no idea how to handle women. Deedlit still isn't sure of their relationship after 5 years of adventuring together. The world is still a reactionary place where Kashui can urge Parn, with complete sincerity, to become a king so that he can have the pleasure of treating him as an equal. And the lip service paid to serious issues with a brief refugee crisis doesn't hold up with the real important action of suborning priests and killing dragons. Despite a wonderful opening sequence, the TV series contains all of its predecessors' low-budget faults without any of its earnest, adventuring virtues. Yet the original, loaded with atmosphere and style, still has magic. Okay, they didn't like the TV series either. Yeah. Hi, Shabes. Good to see you, Mia. Editing almost sounds like they're describing some of Shimbo's freakier work, but I also think they get what they're driving at in a negative sense as well. Like, you sometimes see really bad OVAs or chopped up dubs from certain period where the cuts just don't make sense. Choppy editing is why I can't watch old censored dubs. Fair enough. Let me check the 3rd edition. Don't think I've seen it. I don't think I see any differences, so okay. We're gonna move on. Recorder and Rand Shell. Alright. This one's from 2012. Okay, that just describes the premise, that's it. Moving on. Red Baron from 1994 does have a 1st edition. A little snide comment. A remake of the 1973 live-action series that featured men dressed up as giant robots. And they say there's no such thing as progress. I don't really know what they mean by that, but yeah, I'm going to move on. I think we're going to head out. This has been fun. Y'all take care. Good to see you convincing people. Thank you. Red. Colored. Energy. From 2007. Yeah.
This is interesting. So this is part of Toei's Ganime series, adapted from director-writer Hayashi's manga of the same title, which was first published in Garo magazine in 1970. It is like a 30-minute video from 2007. It summed up the spirit of counterculture, the movement for greater sexual and artistic freedom, and inspired Morio Agata's 1972 hit single, which is used as part of the soundtrack. I'm now interested in red-colored energy. Alright. I think this is what I kept confusing Rec with, Red Data Girl. Just because it's a similar title, I guess. Kind of similar title. From 2013. Or Red Garden, I think is another one that I keep. Yeah, which is the one right after listed right after this. Okay, an interesting take here. I need to describe the premise first, and then I'll give you what they say about it. Shrine Maiden Izuniko Suzuhara has lived a sheltered life in the countryside, at least in part because her mother realizes that her strange abilities will cause her trouble in the modern world. If she takes off her special spectacles, she starts to see creatures from the spirit world, and if she touches an electrical device, it tends to malfunction. She is eventually revealed to be... I'm sorry if this is spoilers for Red Data Girl. I'm going to read it just, regardless, in case, because it's part of what they're talking about here. To be a medium capable of hosting Himigami, a supernatural being with apocalyptic powers sufficient to wipe out the entire human race, which only makes the need to manage her abilities all the more pressing. Here's the take. Ever since the melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, there has been a subset within the anime writing community that takes girls out of the gutter and elevates them on pedestals in a new form of objectification, as hazards so dangerous that they need to be handled like nuclear waste. Izumiko is, on one level, another anime heroine struggling with superpowers, and they cite Elfen Lied, which came out before Haruhi Suzumiya. But she is also, as the title obscurely teases, a red data girl, a species so rare to be practically extinct. Like many an anime protagonist, there is the fearful possibility that her powers and good intentions might all too easily be exploited by evil forces. This series, based on a book by Noriko Ogawara, toys with the notion that Izumiko is a human World Heritage Site, and hence unlikely to be allowed to make decisions about her own fate. Compared to similar jurisdictional issues over the female body, to be found in Ghost in the Shell and The Bionic Woman. Both titles that came out before Haruhi Suzumiya. A newspaper had this to say: reading has been the victim of a Twitter takeover when fans of a Japanese cartoon overwhelmed the RDG hashtag. On Wednesday between 5 and 6 p.m., fans of the anime character Red Data Girl swarmed RDG with more than 17,000 tweets. Although the tweets have dramatically decreased, Red Data Girl's fans seem determined to continue their rule over hashtag RDG. So Redding is now tasked with finding an alternative hashtag. Redding is in Reading, Massachusetts? Or reading. The word reading. Okay. I just find this to be a bit of a stretch. And then the thing is, they don't really bring up any other examples, but do they treat Haruhi like nuclear waste? As hazards so dangerous they need to be handled like nuclear waste? Is that a Haruhi thing? I get what they're,
all-powerful god. They don't want to, they in fear of her or whatever, but like, and there's an objectification of that. I'm not really disagreeing with that, but like, I feel like you can't just say this and not give actual examples, which they do in Elfin Lied, but like, ever since Haruhi, Elfin Lied's before Haruhi. You know what I mean? Reading it is in Berkshire. Oh, okay. They would use RDG to report local news. I see. Out of the gutter, and elevates them on pedestals in a new form of objectification, as hazards so dangerous that they need to be handled like nuclear waste. Go on to cite Elfin Lied. Ghost in the Shell, and Bionic Woman, all of which are pre-Haruhi. And Haruhi itself, I don't is treating her as nuclear waste. Like, they would just make these statements, and they're not really going to substantiate their argument. I think it's a really interesting observation. I don't want to devalue it, or, worried about women. No, nothing like that. I just want to know where they're getting Haruhi from, and and like this trend that they're talking about. I genuinely, because I was thinking like I have not seen this show, but like what is it called? The Ultimate Weapon? Something like that? Wait a minute. Saikano? Is that what it is? Saikano the Ultimate Weapon? Wait. Yeah, Saikano Heiki Kanojo. She the Ultimate Weapon. The Shy Chisei is finally confessing to Shuji, and finally, the two of them are starting to exchange diary awkwardly. This is a weird synopsis. It's from AnyDB. One day, Shuji tries to escape from a sudden enemy raid on Sapporo. While desperately escaping the air raid, Shuji sees a scene that he could not forget for his life. He sees Chisei with a huge weapon looking as if it was a part of her hand, shooting the enemy fighters down one by one. Apparently, Chisei is the ultimate weapon, with destructive power, which is important for the war. And this came out in summer of 2002. And I think their observation of Elfin Lied is sound, too, with this idea of, like, this all-powerful girl that's put on this pedestal in its own kind of objectification. And as hazards so dangerous, they need to be handled like nuclear waste. You know? But, like, ever since Haruhi Suzumiya? 2006? I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, fellas. I don't know. I'm surprised. It's good to see you, Hugs. I'm just surprised there's no commentary on that, I guess. I don't need you to comment on anything. I don't know. That's really provoking me. Not like, oh, I'm provoked. But I don't know. That's just like, really? What? Red Garden from 2006. Again, I'm sorry to prod you guys. I don't mean to prod. Dan, I'm out of driving. How's it been? It's good. I was just making this weird... They talked about Red Data Girl, where they said, ever since Haruhi Suzumiya, there's been a subset within anime writing community that takes girls out of the gutter and elevates them on pedestals in a new form of objectification, as hazards so dangerous that they need to be handled like nuclear waste. And then they make observations, they make connections to Elfin Lied, Ghost in the Shell, but those are after Haruhi. Like, what examples are they saying? Missing when Haruhism was at its peak. Ugly Yet Beautiful World, Iria no Sora, Saikano, Elfen Lied. They're all older than Haruhi. Yeah. Driving what? Home. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Red Garden. Aww. I just like spit my drink out. What a twist! I'm sure this is like a premise thing. Don't mention Gant. Ah! The minute I read this, I'm like, don't mention Gantz. Don't bring up Gantz. And oh my god. Okay. They too are all dead, killed by a monster in a mansion in the city. The price of their resurrection is to fight for their lives night after night against humans turned into dog-like monsters. And I'm just like, oh, so they're going to mention Gantz, right? And I'm just glance down, and it says, it's Gantz, but not as you know it. Come on, guys. I was going to say I can read you like a book, but I am reading them like a book, because it's a book. It's not like we don't prod you all the time. You're right. I should take... You're right. Weird, but that reminds me, I gotta read that Beautiful Fighting Girl book. It did remind me of that too, like Nausicaa, Rei. But they're not quite what they're talking about. I get that there's a distinction between those characters and someone like Haruhi or Saikano or stuff. Elfen Lied. Lol, Gantz. Yeah, I was like, no. God damn it. I have to make sure I put Gantz in one of the titles of, like, they say it all the time. All the time. Yawara. Gantz. Yeah. I'll keep reading. Cool. They seem to like it. Using elements of shoujo manga and inventive design to create a look as visually distinctive as the Madhouse version of Ai Yazawa's Divine Paradise Kiss. So it looks like Osamu Kobayashi? Okay. No, I'm not against it, but it's just weird that they were like, Ai Yazawa's Paradise Kiss. Ai Yazawa's Divine Paradise Kiss. The Madhouse version of Ai Yazawa's Divine Paradise Kiss. When, like, the visually distinctive, you're talking about Osamu Kobayashi's direction. You know what I mean? That kind of irks me. Any single Christian females in this chat? After them comparing M3 to Gantz in spite of bearing not an iota of similarity, I knew the floodgates were open. Yeah. Yeah, right. I'm gonna make this point. Create a look as visually distinctive as the Madhouse version of Ai Yazawa's Divine Paradise Kiss. Let me just double check something. I'm sure this is the case, but I'm just double checking. They don't mention Paradise. They don't actually give an opinion on Paradise Kiss in their actual article about Paradise Kiss, but then they call it divine in this article. Let me just double check. I'm sorry. Let me just read Paradise Kiss's article really quick. Yeah, they do not give their opinion on it. They don't. That's really interesting. I'm going to make that point in P. Yeah, about right here. Very interesting. At least they liked it. Let me see. Yeah. Not yet, but give me an insurance package and it might happen. Did they mention anything about Ko Matsuo? He has a very distinct style between this and Kurenai. I believe the character designers are the same too. They have these nice flowery silhouettes. Let's see. Then, Nope, they don't mention it at all. They don't mention the director, Ko Matsuo. And the character designer is Kumiishi Masatoshi Kai. Kumiishi and Masatoshi Kai are two listed in design. They like it though. They do give it a positive. With a plum. A plum. Red Shadow from 1987. It does have a first edition. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even count the 46 entries. I have to go do that after this. Hold on. Another Boy Ninja Tale. This was one of the first retro anime since this nostalgic production was designed to remind parents of their own youth in 1967, when they could have read Mitsutaro Yokoyama's original manga and watched the live-action spin-off adventure TV series. This was one of the first retro anime, since this nostalgic production was designed to remind parents of their own youth in 1987.
in 1967. This is a show from 1987. You're telling me there weren't older productions? There weren't productions from before 1987 that were retro anime? As in, like, oh, this is supposed to remind people who were young back then. When 1987? Do you know they remade Tetsujin by that point? Like I think that the Tetsujin remake is 1980. It's fall 1980. One of the first retro anime from 1987? You already had Joe 2, which had come out 10 years after the first Joe. You had Astro Boy 1980. Like, what? Komatsu shows record the dialogue before any animation work is started. Wow. That's cool. What? That's bizarre. This is a weird... Let me just read the 3rd edition. Another Boy Ninja Tale. This was one of the first retro anime since the nostalgic production was designed to remind parents of their own youths in 1967. And 1980 Astro Boy was not? Gegege no Kitaro was not? Tetsujin was not? Fucking... I do... Yeah. So Akko and Sally both came out in 88, so it is after Red Shadow, but... That's weird. Okay, so maybe it's like an intention. It's one of the. It's considered the first because that was the expressed intention. I guess. And I guess maybe it doesn't count because it was, because it hadn't been adapted by that point, and Astro Boy and the things that I'm talking about were, and they're remakes, and they don't count. It's a nice knuckler to do, which doesn't seem the norm in parts of the industry, I think. I'm not sure what you mean. I don't think so. I don't know what you're referring to. That just kind of confuses me. Okay, so the next one is Red Blooded 11. Interesting title. And it's not listed in the first edition, despite being from 1970. Let's see if they got it in here.
I'm sorry, I'm quoting Manga Sekai. Ah, Akaikatsu. Oh my god. I die. I literally die. That shit pains me to death. God. It's a quote from Red Shoes, the Red Shoes episode. Akaki. Nope. Looks like a new entry. My fans lead new addictions. 1970. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not sure if they recorded his more recent titles like Valvrave and Gundam Thunderbolt that way, but I believe it was the case for his 2000s work. Wow. I didn't know it was the same guy as that Valvrave and Thunderbolt with the same guy. Huh. Damn. Alright, Red Bullet at 11. Thanks for spoiling that for no reason. Definitely melodrama rather than a sports series proper. This is the first in the line of Japanese soccer soaps that stretches to Captain Tsubasa and beyond. It's based on a manga by Iki Kajiwara and Kosei Tsunoda. So I had no idea that there was a soccer anime from 1970. I actually did not know that for some reason. I genuinely... I just have to look at the cover art, I think. And maybe I'll recognize it. So, oh, yeah, I've seen that cover. No, yeah, okay. I've seen this cover. This was on Mal, I'm pretty sure. Okay, wow. And that's what it looks like. Whew. Dusty. Oh my gosh. Bro. Shingo Araki work on this? Sheesh. Come on. There we go. Yeah, it's just right from the encyclopedia. Sheesh. So no one's really looked into this one, huh? Kobayashi art direction. Let's go. And this is the entire staff that they have listed. Oh my god. We don't know who directed it. The book says it was directed by Takeshi Yamada, Yoshiyuki Tomino, Nobuhiro Kasebo. Okay. Let me see if A&N's got something. There we go. Okay. Get off, ad. What the hell is this? Look, I get it. A&N needs to pay the bills. I get it. Okay, so first chunk was by Takeshi Yamada, and then the other chunk was by Nobuhiro Okasako. What's the studio? Tokyo Laboratory? Studios none found. Okay. It was in Italy. Wow. And Arabic. Oh, who's the... that's right. I wanted to look at the character designer. Damn it, they don't seem to list one. Sheesh, this is a real unknown one. And they only just listed it in the 3rd edition just now. I think that's a new... This is a new title. Oh, damn it, I closed my mail tab. Whatever, it's not a big deal. Definitely melodrama rather than a sports series proper. Have they not seen Joe? Because, like, this seems to be pretty well about sports, or Kyoji no Hoshi for that matter. Not that I've seen Kyoji no Hoshi, I don't claim to. But I've flipped through it enough. Like, I have the whole, you know, I've been looking through it. And it does seem a lot more bureaucratic, and it just seems as much about the game of baseball as this seems to be about the game of soccer. You know? I don't know, that's weird. Is that the same showrunner behind Princess Principal and Glitch, or am I thinking of a different Valkyrie staff? You're thinking of the writer. Oh, okay. Yeah, strange comment to make. Because that's just sports series. Because it's more melodrama than sports proper? What's a sports series proper to you? Oh, Touch, it's more of a melodrama than a sports series proper. What's your point? Is it invalidated as being a sports series if it's not all about the sport? Like, what on earth? Or Touch? Yeah, I should probably put Or Touch. I shouldn't put Kyoji no Hoshi because, like, I actually haven't seen Kyoji no Hoshi. But Touch and Joe, that seems as much about a sports anime as those two. That's so weird. Okay. Red Breast Suzunosuke. This is from 1972. This is also not in the 1st edition. Let me check the back. Akado. Akai. Aka-chan. Akage. Nope. Looks like a new entry as well. Red Breast Suzunosuke from 1972. Swordless vacuum attack. Aww. Based on a manga by animator Eiichi Fukui, and formerly the subject of a popular radio show, the reins in this anime production were handed to Tsunayoshi Takeuchi when Fukui died shortly after production commenced. So, like, the creator passed away right after this production started. That's really sad. That's really, really sad. Director Shige Tsugu was nominally in charge, but temporarily obliged to hand things over to a young Isao Takahata when he was taken ill. Hayao Miyazaki and Osamu Dezaki also worked on this production as humble storyboarders, and the staff roster includes a number of Miyazaki's later collaborators, including Kaneda and Kondo. They actually mention Kaneda in this. The Suzunosuke story also became the subject of a live-action movie series.
That's a good article, because you actually get fucking staff information about this. Oh my god. That was good. No, yeah, that sucks. I'm really interested in this now. Aw. The art's pretty cute. I like the style. And this is from 72, right? So, yeah. So, somebody did go through and Noboru Ishiguro too. Wow. Toshio Harada? Oh my gosh. And then Miyazaki did 3 episodes. And Dazaki did 15. He does the most storyboards out of anyone in the show. And then yeah, the screenplay. Original creator. Wait, what? That's the guy who's supposed to, like, the article says that that Tsunayoshi Takuchi took over when Fukui died, but it's based on a manga by animator Eiichi Fukui. But they do not list that here. Fukui's nowhere to be found in this entire article. Get off. What on earth? Let me look up Eiichi Fukui. Yeah. Wait, what? Wait, what? He passed away in 1954. At least according to Wikipedia. Like, obviously, take a fucking grain of salt, obviously. But, like, based on a manga by animator Fukui, he died shortly after production commenced, and it came out in 1972. Okay, does he have a connection to God of Comet? Wait a minute. Okay, that's by Natsu Onoda Power. I thought this was with the book that McCarthy wrote, because I know she wrote a Tezuka book. And then Fukuji 8 in the prehistory of Komaga Gekika from Ryan Holmberg. And Maurice Horn from the World Encyclopedia of Comics. Oh, Karoshi. That sucks. Akado Suzunosuke. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Wait a minute. He also created Akado Suzunosuke, which was published in 1954. That is really weird. So he is involved. He is the creator. ANN does not list him as the creator. And maybe it's because the actual credits of the anime itself list Tsunayoshi and not Eiichi Fukui for some reason. That's weird. But yeah, Shingo Araki worked on this. Keiichiro Kimura sounds familiar. Isao Takahata, acting chief director. Yeah, wow. Daikichiro Kusube also seems familiar. Key animators. So Yuzo Aoki is part 3 Lupin. So I think he directed Mamo. I think he directed Mamo. He's chief director of part 3, right? And then character designer for Go to Babylon. And okay, he's the character designer for Mama, but not the director. My bad. But yeah, Aoki's a major Lupin player. Yoshinori Kaneda, 2 episodes at least. Yoshifumi Kondo, which, they list him Kaneda and Kondo, actually. This is really interesting. Definitely interested in this title now. Akado Suzunosuke. Some confusion on origins, history.
But that's really interesting. Really cool titles. They didn't even know about Canada. That wasn't bad. Wonder who wrote this article and why didn't they write the rest of the book? Dizaki did always like his storyboards. I guess I'll take my compliment back. Yeah, I just don't. Yeah, check Japanese Wikipedia. Let me do that. Okay. My bad. Hold on. So. Okay, this is the Japanese title. It's a comic work by Fukuichi and Takeuchi Tsunayoshi. Interesting. So they are literally co-authors. They are literally co-authors. What on earth? At least according to this. And it says this entry does need expansion. That is interesting. Radio drama, which is what they did mention that in the encyclopedia, which is from 1957. And TV series, it was broadcast in 50. Okay, I think the confusion. Yeah, formerly the subject of the reins in this anime production were handed to Tsushi when Fukui died shortly after production commenced. But I think they're confusing it for the anime, because he did die in 1954, and then that's not shortly after production started though. See, there's TV series and then there's TV animation. But there was a live action show. Or radio drama, I guess. I don't know. Come on. Yeah, so okay, there is a radio drama, which is 57. Still 3 years after he died. I guess the TV animation is what's listed here. So there's still kind of not great information, not gonna lie. Even in Japanese Wikipedia. Although this is ZH, it's not really Japanese Wikipedia. That's Japanese Wikipedia. Okay, this one actually seems okay. Okay, this one seems alright. Oh, yeah, okay. So the manga, for just the first episode, is Eiichi Fukui. And then after episode 2, I guess. And the publication ran from 1954 to 1960, so the main author is actually Tsunayoshi Takeuchi. Okay. And then he even did the sequel, which is like a little thing, a manga, same author, yeah. That's weird. Author, manga. Okay, so the reigns in this, and it's just worded weird. It's just worded weird because I think it says by animator, although I have yet to see about him being an animator, but it's okay. And formerly the subject of a popular radio show, the reins in this anime production were handed to Tsunayo Takeuchi when Fukui died shortly after production commenced. So, like, production of the manga. Because it was published in August 1954, and he died June 1954. So he's the original creator and then passed away shortly afterwards. And so then Tsunayoshi took over for him. There you go. That's the answer. Problem solved. It's just awkwardly worded here. It just didn't really make total sense. But I'm still glad that they talked about it in this way. I'm really interested in it. But we've talked about this title enough. I gotta move on. That was really interesting, though. That's what I love reading this book for. Hiroshi's just too horrible. Insane. They have a word for that. Really can't stand places that treat people as cogs. Kind of cringe and blue-pilled. I wish ANN had an encyclopedia that explains staff credits. Trust me, from personal experience, those places are hell. Okay, so the error isn't as bad as I thought. Yeah, it's not like totally. It's just worded awkwardly. But it's fine. I'm not really going to give that an odd choice. But yes, I have to count how many articles I've done and how many I have to do. Just so we can be on track for 46 articles. I haven't done that yet, sorry. Because I got distracted by things. Damn it. I have to scroll down. Where are we at? Okay, here. Alright. Okay. We're going to stop at Robbie and Karobi. Robbie and Karobi is 46 articles. Sorry for that quick count, but you're gonna be happy with the next one we read. Some of you probably, but I'm certainly excited. Red Line. Okay, 2009. My boy Koike. It's all over for racer boy JP when his souped-up Trans Am crashes at the finish of the illegal Yellow Line contest on planet Dorothy. Meanwhile, his double-crossing colleague Frisbee is merrily counting the cash from an evil interstellar syndicate that has rigged the race. The next race, the highly illegal, immensely prestigious Red Line, is held only once every 5 years, and is scheduled to cross the face of Robo-World, a deeply private, heavily armed fascist dictatorship. Robo-World's supreme leader is determined to teach the racers a lesson by killing them all, preferably before the cameras of the galaxy's media outlets descend on Robo-World and take pictures of all his super weapons, cyborg armies, and doomsday devices. The sheer risk is too much for several fellow racers, whose withdrawal from the competition puts JP back onto the starting grid, so long as he is prepared to cheat death in a race against killer opponents and enemy soldiers. With a veritable bar fight of contending characters and cameos from Katsuhito Ishii's earlier Howlin' Bonds, Mole Brothers Full Throttle, and Trava, Grasshopper. They have it listed as Grasshopper. I remember that, I think. Redline plays as if it is the finale of a massive series that unites multiple unrelated genres in the anime world. One participant is a fairy princess. Another seems to have escaped from a beat-em-up arcade game. Still another is a machine man who is literally plugged into his vehicle. But our hero's nickname is Sweet JP, a sneering epithet hurled at him by the others because he's too fair-minded to use landmines, rocket-propelled grenades, or tactical nukes just to win a race. Redline is in love with the physicality of cars, replaying the love a young Ishii felt for Machine Hayabusa. Even those racers who are not literally plugged into their seats are twisted, bent, and broken by G-forces. The film's imagery is a 180-degree spin-out from the naturalism of Hisao Takahata or Satoshi Kon's careful recreation of the real. Koike's filming frequently crosses the line, switches directions, or bends the perspective of his characters as if they and their vehicles are symbiotic life forms. His anime feature is tricked out with vibrant primary colors and larger-than-life caricatures, hyper-real with the full toy box of anime tropes and transformations. There is similar energy behind the microphones, with a voice cast of heavy-hitting stars, including Takuya Kimura of the boy band SMAP, better known in anime circles as the lead in Howl's Moving Castle, as JP, and the silver screen heartthrob Tadanobu Asano as Frisbee. Redline is also, to Japanese eyes, a very American film, suffused with a love of muscle cars and with a palette recalling a foreigner's arguably outmoded idea of what anime should be, much like Kill Bill: The Legend of O-Ren. Okay. The film staked its international claims with a 2009 premiere at Italy's Locarno International Film Festival, followed by showings in Australia, New Zealand, and the USA, before its home premiere more than a year later. Its international credentials are embedded in the style and storyline. Ahead of being anime, ahead of being Japanese, ahead of being a major international feature, this is a movie by geeks, about geeks, for geeks. Less Top Gun, more Top Gear. Okay. Chewing on it. So I don't really think they gave their opinion, and I don't think there's anything too weird about it. I'm happy they didn't really harp on it being a fucking failure or whatever. You know, because it wasn't exactly a hit, box office-wise.
which I always feel like ends up being part of the conversation with Redline. So I am happy that they kind of avoid that in this article, which I definitely think they would have mentioned if they didn't like it. I just feel like that would be something they mentioned to put salt in the wound or whatever, to kind of put it down a peg. I can't remember the article they did that with, but I'm pretty sure that's something they've done before. He just got here. Where did I miss? Not too much. Not too much craziness. Nothing like whatever. Yeah. I don't think I have too much to say about that, and I don't think there's anything to write about that one. Yeah, I don't really see much of a positive or negative opinion or anything like that. I think it's a pretty fair, even-handed article. Yeah, pretty good. Sorry, not too much commentary on that one, but hey, that's fine. I'm not gonna spend too long on it. I gotta keep going. I've already been streaming for an hour and a half, over an hour and a half, and I've done like 12 articles. I got to kind of buckle down, fellas. I'm sorry. Refrain Blue from 2000. I don't see it in the first edition. And it's... Oh, it's also a hentai, but whatever. Yeah, I'm just gonna... Did they mention that Redline is the most expensive anime of all time? No. They did not. At least they mentioned Koike by name. I really appreciated that. Okay. Ray and Foucault. Special Duty Agent from 2006. At least they just say like expect this, but they don't really give any commentary on it. Wait, didn't Aikawa write this H anime? Title sounds familiar. I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, let me see. Actually, script not credited. Ray and Foucault, the script is not credited, and then Refrain Blue, script is Takao Yoshioka. 1993's Ray Ray. This is in the book. Why do they have to describe the entire thing?
With an amusing pseudo-psychotherapy subplot and some semblance of a story, Ray Bray compares very favorably to the lackluster erotica of the decade that followed it. It's from 1993. Thus making it even more of a surprise that this picaresque porno did not return for more than just 2 episodes. They wanted more of it. One of the more famous story of Celestial Princess Kage served for... Well, I give it a positive, I think. That followed it. You mean the after 1993? Picaresque porno. Okay. You're thinking of saying ow. Yeah, I just found it. Titles are similar. Okay. Moving on. I have to make sure that their 3rd edition's actually right. Sorry. Actually, they do bring up the American licensing. After the American license lapsed, the show was re-released in 2006 from a new distributor. Added redistribution in 2006. Okay. Reiko Shiratori, I presume. From 1990. The series encapsulates the spirit of the money-mad 1980s. It's from 1990. Compared to the later Kari Kano, which also features a homecoming queen whose mask and halo slip. Okay. This does sound like fun because it seems like an Ojo-sama, like but she's like she has a crush on a guy, and she chases him. I don't know. She chases him to like university and stuff. I don't know. It sounds cute. Reiko Shiratori de gozaimasu. I just like the title. Let me just look see what it looks like. Come on. Oh, so like the live action series shows up. Wait a minute. Oh my gosh. This looks weirdly like Initial D's author. Like that's gotta that's are you kidding me? Is this not the same author? Hold on. Hold on. Look at this. That's just the Initial D design. That's just Initial D's art. Like, come on, bro. Who wrote this? I'm not kidding, right? Am I freaking out?
Am I wrong about this? Link me to the effing. Oh, there you go. Okay. Oh, it's not well rated. Only one episode OVA. Masaki Iwasaki animation. Hey yo. Okay, so it's an adaptation of. And who the heck is the author? Yumiko is okay. It's not the Initial D guy, but dude, it's her debut. Aww. And she had a new series actually. But like, come on, this is the only one for hers to get an anime too. Wow. Interesting. All right. If you happen to wonder why I had Bunny Girl Senpai open, it's because for some stupid reason, every time I try to go to Mal, it just defaults me to that page. I don't know why that page. I don't think I've ever. I've hard. I swear to God. I swear to God. I couldn't understand. I swear. Yeah, they had a J-drama adaptation in 2016. Oh wow. Yeah. I don't know, it just sounds cute. Alright. Relic Armor Legacium. I haven't read the edition of the manga, so I can't comment on the art, but she might have been an assistant. That's true. I'll show you a girl, an Initial D girl. Like, do you know what I mean? Do you see it? It's the lips. It's like the U-shaped lip. Like the way, the kind of the silly, like if you do like silly faces or whatever. You know, I don't know. It's like, yeah, it's like this like, you know? Like they can look really serious and then like the gag faces always look like really funny. Yeah, you know what I mean? He just has this like, yeah, that's perfect. That's exactly what I mean. Do you get it? Do you understand? Yeah, okay, you see it. Cool. Buddha Seishun is pretty alright. As an in-between of Bakemonogatari and Noagaru. I haven't seen either of those. So I don't know if I'd appreciate it as an in-between. Alright, Relic Armor Legacy from 1987. Here it is. Dots. D-A-A-T-S. Dots. Wow, it's just synopsis. Damn. It is nothing but synopsis. I feel like that's rare. They at least get one sentence in like based on a manga or something. They give you something. But it's just synopsis. I'm gonna write that down just because it's kind of rare. I wonder if it's a situation when the art style looks super similar, like Marmalade Boy and Kodacha. Yeah, probably. I don't think Aobuta and Monogatari are the same genre. Aobuta is more a school drama with supernatural elements, but Monogatari is more of a gothic urban fantasy. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Okay. Rent a girlfriend. Can you imagine them talking about Rent a Girlfriend? Oh, man. Rental Magica from 2007. An absolutely stereotypical harem comedy, unredeemed by its earnest attempt to throw in all kinds of magic systems, except the one that writes entertaining material. Sheesh! Sheesh! I will give that a dismissive. Get the fuck out of here. Absolutely stereotypical harem comedy, unredeemed by its earnest attempt to throw in all kinds of magic systems except the one that writes entertaining material. Sheesh. Did they mention how Rental Magic aired out of order in broadcast order? No, of course they didn't. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? Wow. Fuck me, man. You gotta be cute. Wow. How interesting. It's in the Solve Girl of the Week whose problems are metaphorized as a supernatural phenomenon genre. Yes, quite the vast genre to call it a genre. Don't talk like one of them, Annalise. So, geez. They just keep crapping on harem series without giving proper explanations why. Now you see, it's because they're harems. And this bias is simply, to me, it's simply no different from people who are like, mecha? Oh, magical girl anime? Oh. Right? And, you know, it's just not a good attitude to have. It's just not. Look, I am not that versed in harem shows, to be perfectly honest. I may have seen less than 5. Because I just, you know, I don't know if I'd be interested in them. But, like, one of my favorite anime is a reverse harem. You just can't, you know, you can't knock the stuff aside completely. And they don't. For the record, they do like Bakemonogatari. I'm pretty sure they gave Ouran a positive. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think they did. Ouran was a weird one, actually. I think I remember their Ouran article being kind of weird. Creative team from Utena on board. It's no surprise that the design and color palette are exquisitely overdone. And neither of them have to do with the creative team from Utena. Neither of those guys are the art director. Oh, it's a fucking. Wait, what is this? What? I think this is it's a mixed. They were mixed on Ouran. Insubstantial cockleshell full of froth, something both Shakespeare and Noel Coward would have recognized and felt quite at home with. A pleasant after-dinner diversion, like a visit to a house club or a drag cabaret. Nothing is serious, everything is postmodern, not a series to watch for its emotional significance and character development. Oh, yeah, that's right. Harems are far from my favorite genre, but at least I have reasons for disliking a lot of them. It's more than 0. Yeah. I personally remember watching harems without even realizing that they're harem anime. Like, the definition is loose. It's not like a harem like you would normally think. They just live together. Okay. Rent-A-Man. 74-minute episodes. I just glanced up and it's 4 74-minute episodes. Sheesh. A short-lived, unrepeated experimental concept, Rent-A-Man was a video magazine show serializing several short episodic anime, such as Abashiri Family, Akai Hayate, the comedy Hisashi Iguchi's Hisagoro Show, and the thriller Baku Yanunakara's Twilight Theater. The serials were later compiled into standalone tapes, though the episodic nature of their origins goes some way toward explaining the cut-up storytelling of the two available in English. Rent-A-Man. It is in the first edition. That's weird. I'm just intrigued. So I'm gonna put that now interested. Building this list up really nice this round. I like any genre. I do too, but that doesn't mean I like a majority of things in a particular genre. Yeah. To me, I take it as I don't have experience with harems. And I'm not just gonna assume I don't like them. I just don't have that I haven't seen that many, frankly. And the ones I have seen, some I've loved, and others haven't done much for me. And again, they're mostly reverse harems. The thing is, right, the ones I've seen, they don't necessarily have to do with it being a harem. You know? Like, it's not really about the dynamics of, like, oh my god, I have so many girls, I can't pick one. You know? It's usually not about that. Like, with Norn 9, it was really not about, like, what guy would she end up with. She was just kind of in this weird situation that wasn't that interesting to me. And Code Realize is similar. It's more of a story, you know? It's been a while since I watched it. Yeah. I don't know why. I really don't know what attracted. I think it was just the designs. I really don't know. It just looked cool. And then Kamigami Asobi is the same thing. I don't know why I kept what's going on. Like, I think I made a video at one point. I wrote a script being I'm like I'm actually might be kind of like a fujoshi of some sort. Just because I was watching these shows, but it's a dumb idea, obviously. Ren Zoo. From 2004. Aww. Aww. A handful of explicit scenes gives the viewer what he bought this tape for. But there isn't time for much in the way of story or character development. Interesting how they've assumed the buyer is a he. Look, I'm not gonna lie. I get where they're coming from. It is kind of the majority. The term is Fudanchi. That's right. I remember seeing that term. I was like, oh, yeah, okay. But, you know, I happen to know a certain queen of degeneracy. Hentai's not all for guys. Like, I'm not one to speak for women, obviously. I don't intend to. But, like, two of the biggest female creators in our space is Aki Dearest, who just got a doujin published of herself being tentacle raped, and Sitsnap, the self-proclaimed queen of degeneracy, both of which are in relation. Like, Sitsnap is literally married to Gigik, right? Like, that's such a high-profile example. of someone who is not just like for the lulz, but genuinely interested and studied in this field. As crazy as it is, you know? And someone I have deep respect for someone who really gives this stuff a shot and, you know, really tries it, really goes into it. I have a bit of a problem where I tend to go back and forth on those things. Usually my favorite harems have good stories and characters who are funny. So I have a bit of a hard time finding a strong stance. Renzu? Isn't that just lens? Like camera lens? You know what? Yeah, I think it is. They literally put it as lens in... Dude! They literally put lens right there! But they called it Renzu? And maybe that's because it was released as Renzu in the West? I haven't read the full article. Let me finish this and see if that's what they say. But there isn't much time in the way of story or character development. Instead, this tale takes many of the childhood associations of romance, like Love Hina. Oh, childhood associations. It's Love Hina, guys. And injects a note of bitterness and contempt. Its message seemingly that sacrifice is all right as long as it doesn't cost you anything. The title is a pun on both... See, this is why they did it. The title is a pun on both lens and Renzu, depictions of love. There you go. There's a reason. Good on him. Good on him for giving that explanation. I'm actually going to write that down. That was a good one. Renzu actually explained the title is a double meaning and why they didn't just list it as lens. Cool. I like the original Fruits Basket and Romantic Hill is another good harem. Thank you, P. Women don't exist, Shabes. I don't know what you're saying anymore. Damn. Yeah, this whole women thing's really freaking me out. We've come a long way. It's a funny magical creature that forces a reverse harem to happen to kill the main lead to get her into a relationship. Okay. But I'm gonna make mention of that. A handful of explicit scenes gives the viewer what he bought this tape for. Interesting that you assumed the buyer is a he. Some of the most prominent faces in our space when it comes to degeneracy are women. Interesting. And then they do have an opinion about it, really, because there's like, it doesn't make up for... There isn't time for much in the way of story or character development. I just give it mixed. In this porn anime. Like, am I not... It's a 30-minute fucking video. It's in the... They actually have an article from about the DVD, and it's the first installment of this series called Depravity. I'm gonna give a guess. Hold on. I'm gonna give a guess of who wrote this article, Depravity, and it's from 2004. Very old. I'm gonna guess it's my boss, Justin. Because he started this website. He literally started this website. I don't think they gave. Okay. It's not really an opinion piece. Okay, never mind. This is just like the description and like the actual product. Okay. Yeah, yeah, okay. They've done this before. Never mind. I'm silly. I am silly. Never mind. I'm sorry, Justin. I made that assumption A because he started the site. B, he's had an article series similar title or sounded similar with it wasn't Barry. It's like I don't remember the title, the series, the article series, but he would do like kind of a similar thing with Anime Abandon, where he'd kind of plunge through the depths, kind of the worst stuff, I guess. I forget the name of the article of this series he did, but he would do that for a long time. But he's, it's no knock on, it's no slight on him. I was just interested and curious. Why did I go on A&M for? What was I looking for? Why did I? Because I did confirm that it's porn. That's right, and I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I say it's from 2022, behind on newer anime. I know certain people tend to kind of infantilize women a lot. It's a bit disturbing. I saw that in the Onimai comments where they were saying that the men were pinning it on the female staff. Yeah, I don't know. Damn, I'm ashamed. It's good to see you, Logan. Reporter by infantilized women, you mean like no, they couldn't possibly be into this erotic stuff. Is that what you mean? By infantilizing, it's sort of like, oh, you're too pure. You couldn't possibly be interested in this tentacle R or whatever. Like, is that what you mean? And making that assumption that it's just for guys? There's been a bit coming out of the weird chivalry, victimization, fair sex assumptions that haven't been breaking yet. Broken? I'm sorry to grammar police you. People that aren't straight and male tend to get infantilized on average. Hell, even people who see the world differently have to put up with this crap. Okay. Reporter Blues is from 1990. I have it listed there. Okay. Aw, this sounds like fun. Hold on. Paris in the 1920s. Tony, a pretty young reporter for a daily newspaper, is crazy about the new jazz music that's sweeping Europe. In her spare time, she plays saxophone in a little jazz cellar. As she goes about her daily work, she keeps running across the trail of one woman, Madame Lepon, who seems to be a very respectable lady, wealthy and influential, and yet also involved in other more dubious events. Tony's nose for a story could get her into serious trouble as she uncovers clues to a dangerous game. It's 52 episodes from 1980. From 1990, I'm sorry, from 1990. That just sounds like so much fun. One of the many Japanese-Italian co-productions masterminded by Sherlock Hound's Marco Pago, who co-wrote the story with his brother G. This ran for two 26-episode series. The jazzy score and appealing designs from the designer of Cobra and Cat's Eye? Akio Sugino? Don't you... Am I wrong? I think I'm wrong. Hold on. I might be wrong. Hold on. Wait a minute. God damn it. The Pota produce. They just go to the fucking wiki and. Oh yes, yes, I've seen this cover. Yes. And is that Tsugino? It is! Yo! I'm so putting this on my list. Let's go! That sounds like so good. Kenji Kodama directed it. I wonder what else he's done. Character design for part 2? Director of City Hunter. It's just the City Hunter guys. And then they were like, yeah, sure, let's do Reporter Blues right after that. So, like, he didn't do Cat's Eye necessarily, but he was director of 1, 2, the movie, 3, another movie. Wow. Oh my god. That's where he went. Whew. Sheesh. And then he moved on. He didn't direct Conan Forever, I guess. He has done other things. He has the director for movie 7, and then he seemed to have weaned off of it. Director of Kekaishi. Tales of the Abyss. Aw, that's so cool. They actually got him back for the recent City Hunter movie, the original director. That's so awesome. And he's doing the upcoming one. That's awesome. Kenji Kodama's the man, dude. Fuck yeah. I'm surprised they didn't mention that. Let me keep reading. The designer of Cobra and Cat's Eye. Akio Sugino. Say his name! Say his name! Ah! Say his name. Say his name. God damn it. Equally huge problem, too. Old board game and destruction booklets used to always assume the person reading it was a guy. I think he means that a lot of people seem to believe the stereotype that women are weak and need constant protection from men to do anything meaningful in life. Oh, yeah. That does sound good. The game is backgammon. Damn. I feel like they kind of rob women of their own agency. I'm referring to trying to shift the work onto his 2 female workers, like some sort of gender diversity female hire card is hilarious. Oh, yeah, like, they just kind of be like, oh, they did it because... As, like, fill a quota. Like, to fill a diversity quota. And not because the show is actually trying to discuss women issues in a constructive way. Like, like, My Hero actually kind of goes through a period in episode 2, and she has to talk him through what that's like. So, of course, women would be the best people to talk about that about, right? Or even the hair salon scene. The way that the hairdresser talks about Mahiro's hair. Is this by the same Italian people as Montana Jones? I don't know. That's like the gender equivalent of the token minority. Yeah. Make it attractive despite the somewhat run-of-the-mill detective stories. I'll give them a mixed, because it's pretty even-handed there. Jazzy score, appealing designs. Make it attractive despite run-of-the-mill detective stories. But its biggest success has been in Italy. Cool. I'm really happy I read that. Let me make sure I read the first edition as well. Cool. No change. Requiem from the Darkness. Darkness is spreading. It's from 2004, and I don't. Correct me if I'm wrong, Roger, but is this one I should read out loud? Would you be interested in me reading about this one? Because it just I don't know if this is one that you're familiar with. And it's not just because it's from 2004. I just genuinely think that that sound. I feel like I know something about this title that seems connected. I have no idea. Please, I'm sorry to just assume. But if you want me to read it, let me know out loud. Well, they were saying the opposite. They were saying to not pretend like they are being progressive by hiring women when they are really just making a pure fetish work and pinning the blame on women. Make it seem more deep than it is, which I just like the term deep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean... Reckon from the Darkest would be interesting. It's from 2003, though. Nani? It's what? How? How do they fuck that up? It is from 2003. Fall 2003. Let's give him a... Yeah, okay. It's not the most egregious, I guess. Damn. Alright. Whatever. I don't want to actually them. It's really about correcting a lot. There's some things that I'm going to mention in the video where I'm like, okay, these are just factual inaccuracies. But no book is perfect. That's the stuff that I'm not as like condemning the book for. Is like some of these little factual errors, like whatever, because they could be typos, like whatever. Okay. By the Morio no Haka author, very famous Japanese mystery author. Used to watch this on Sci-Fi Channel. Great show. The last years of the Tokugawa shogunate were a time of upheaval in Japan as the fast-changing 19th century world invaded its ancient culture. Yet the old tales of demons and goblins remained popular through the new era into the present. Author Momosuke Yamaoka, weary of writing for children, is on the road gathering material for a planned horror anthology book, which he intends to call 100 Stories. He meets 3 strange companions, shape-shifting bird caller Nagamimi, puppeteer or Ogin, and trickster monk Mataichi, who call themselves the Ongyo, see Yin-Yang Master. They are legend detectives, investigating the old tales to find the truth behind them and bring those responsible for wrongdoing to justice. Compared to Mushishi. Should I? Should we in fact compare to Mushishi? Investigating the old tales to find the truth behind them and bring those responsible for wrongdoing to justice. Ginkgo's a medical set, like a medicine seller. He's not bringing people to justice. Am I misremembering Mushishi? Maybe there's some episodes that are kind of like that. There's certainly plenty of stories in that show where the characters are getting their comeuppance, and in part thanks to Ginkgo, I think. I don't even know how... Ginkgo's a very passive role on it. Maybe I shouldn't generalize that. He does do a fair amount of actual stuff. He's not like... he's not a passive observer or something. But, yeah, what? There was also the adaptation of his books, Lopus Garo from IG, which was sadly quite bad. Oh. Wasn't that all style and no substance? Okay. Each time he meets them, supernatural events and strange incidents follow, such as the capture of a tanuki rumored to be a shapeshifter, see Pompoko, or a criminal who keeps coming back from the dead. Author Natsuhiko Kyogoku's original novel has echoes of Judge and Zatoichi, since Momosuke and his associates often act as agents of justice where no other justice can touch their victims, or classic tales of wanderers taking on jobs too dirty for the locals, such as Yojimbo. His earlier horror works have won literary honors and found their way to the movie screen. Quite an Eternal Love and live-action TV. But this is the first anime based on his work. The color palette is limited and the worst of the gore implied rather than shown. which gives the show the spooky feel of late-night movies watched in a quiet, dark house. Many of the other staffers have backgrounds in both anime and live-action horror and monsters. Haishima composed the score for Nighthead, for example, while Perfect Blue scenarist Mirai also wrote episodes for Wizard of Darkness. Okay. It's not like Mushishi at all. It's more of a horror anthology. It just felt like a very confused movie. Like, the themes made no sense to me, and I just kept jumping from genre in a really jarring, strange way. Morio Nahako, on the other hand, is quite excellent. I kind of want to rewatch that. I've heard good things about that one. It's the same guy. That's awesome. Not all Mushishi episodes have a happy ending, but without watching Requiem, I doubt they're similar. Yeah, I read that out loud, that whole synopsis, and it didn't seem like Mushishi to me. I write that, but they don't seem to have an opinion on it. They just say the Calipod's limited and the worst of the gore is implied rather than shown, which gives the show and I like that framing. I really like that framing. It does these choices, therefore makes it feel like this. And it's not saying it's good or bad. They're not making a judgment call. They're analyzing it closely, being like, because of these choices, it lends it to being like this, which you can take or leave, you can enjoy or not enjoy. I think that's really good framing. It's actual kind of constructive and not just like bad, you know, flimsy plot. It's like, okay. Now, I can probably understand that tonally it could be like Mushishi, because Mushishi is a little more kind of in the spooky side, a little on the investigative mystery, supernatural type of thing. I don't think it's a bad comparison to make, but like, this particular wording doesn't make sense, because it's like Mushishi's just not about that. Hell, Blackjack has more in common with Mushishi than this show does, and even that connection would be tenuous. Right. And you know, look, one of the videos I plan to make this year, probably next month, not this, like June, one of the videos I want to make is unscripted, and it would be talking about Berserk and Gungrave, their connections to each other, and like compare to Gungrave and comparing Berserk to each other. And I haven't done a comparison video like that in a while. That was what I started with. I used to like make these connections to two shows and talk about why I preferred one over the other. I preferred Sunred over One Punch Man because I enjoyed Sunred's actual satire, because One Punch Man takes its satire seriously. It's the whole thing. Although the real correction of that video, and that most people brought to my attention, which I think is ultimately correct, is I confuse satire for parody, and they're not the same thing. And One Punch Man is definitely more of a parody than a satire. That being said, I would say Sunred is also a parody. So I could have just been like, in terms of parody, I still kind of prefer One Punch Man because I still think it takes its parody seriously. It just becomes a battle shonen in its own right, and not necessarily the same thing. It doesn't just become a different show. Like, I wouldn't really watch Sunred as I've been watching Sentai, an actual Super Sentai Kyoryuger with roommates, and I wouldn't watch Sunred as an actual Sentai, because it just doesn't have the same goals or the same focus or the same tone or anything. but it is using those characters and those, you know, that scenario and completely turning it into something else. That's interesting to me. But anyway, Gungrave and Berserk, part of the reason I think Gungrave resonated with me so much and literally supplanted Berserk as my 5th favorite anime, although that's what I said on Twitter, and I'm probably walking it back a little bit, being like, they're kind of tied. I kind of want both of them to occupy that 5th spot, which I know is dumb and cheating, but there's no cheat. It's my list. Fuck you. Because I do see them on equal terms. And I think it would be similar to what I said about Joe and Gurren Lagann in my Gurren Lagann video, where they're not the same show, and they're not like one's supplanting the other or something. They're equals, and they just have different paths, you know, and they're giving different messages, but they're just walking side by side. I like to think of Berserk and Gungrave in a similar fashion, where there's definitely things about Gungrave that, as a Berserk fan, as a longtime Berserk fan, and a Berserk 97 fan in particular, it just satisfied me and gave me those feelings that I felt incomplete with Berserk 97. I love Berserk 97, like, for other reasons besides those things, but it just approached it in a way that I really, really loved. And God, it kicks so much ass. I love it to death. I was just listening to the soundtrack on my commute to work today. It's so good. Tsuneo Imahori, Ippo composer, Trigun composer. I think he did Gurren Lagann as well. I could be wrong about that. Hold on, I'm sorry. I could be wrong. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's Taku Iwasaki. I'm a dum-dum. I am a dum-dum. My bad. But Tsuneo Imahori is... He doesn't even have a list of works on his site. Yeah, he did. He's the composer for Trigun and Ippo and Gungrave, and then he's contributed to Technolize, Wolf's Rain, and Bebop. And yeah, he's a member of the Seatbelts. Anyway, sorry. Reading. I'm sorry I'm so tangenty tonight. Not making good progress tonight, I'll tell you that. On a surface level, I guess, but that doesn't really give you a good idea of what Requiem for the Darkness is. I'm surprised how they made no mention of, say, Ayakashi. Yeah, they usually bring up Ayakashi a good deal, actually, yeah. Do Berserk and Gungrave share staff? They don't. I'm pretty sure they don't. There might be some, but for the most part, no. And it's not like there's any real connection. But you watch the show... I think if you watch Gungrave, having seen Berserk 97 in particular, not like Berserk as the manga, but Berserk 97, the way they do that show, and then seeing Gungrave as a response to that show, like, okay, you did that, let's give our hand at this kind of story, where it starts in media res. I'm not going to give the whole thing, but it's a very, they're so connected in my mind. Which one takes this satire? Fuck you. It's good in season 1. It goes way downhill after that. Season 2 hadn't come out by the time I made my video on it. Have you watched Jetman or Time Ranger yet? No. I've only seen Kyoryuger. And we're watching King Oger as it's coming out now. We're watching that seasonally. Because we were curious, and it happens to kick a lot of ass, in our opinion. We love it. We've been loving it a lot. But we've been watching Geats and Oger pretty much, and Kyoryuger, but very rarely, because we're almost done with Kyoryuger, but I don't know. I kind of want to move back to a common writer. I want to watch a Heisei, like a really early Heisei, like Kabuto or Kuga, one of those, like an old one, not old like Showa. I mean like early Heisei, like 2000s. Anyway, Requiem in the Darkness. Nice. Yo, turns out YouTube isn't notifying me of your streams even though I've got the bell on. Great. Delightful. I guess you have to maybe unclick the bell and re-click it. But yeah, sorry. You know it would be YouTube. Bloody algo, Bloody algo, yeah. Gotta tell you, fellas, I don't feel confident in YouTube promoting my. I had a comment on my Oni My video being like, dude, I had thought you were inactive for a year. He's like, I haven't seen any of your stuff pop up in like over a year or something. And it's like, swell. Great. Kobato. I regret not watching Dom Brothers over Revice. I liked Revice. I know you've had problems. I've seen your tweets. I know you have some problems with Revice. The way you guys talk about Toku, man, is so... I'm sorry. I don't want to... You know, that's why I don't comment. That's why I don't, like, engage or anything in this. But like, when I see them, and I'm talking, they're like, the writing, and they retcon, and the thing that they... I'm just like... I don't really notice that stuff. I just watch it on the Wednesday and then don't think about it. And then the next I was like, wow, that was another great Revice episode. I loved Revice. But that, I don't know. Maybe that's me turning my brain off. Or I'll put Oger on if I can finally get back to Precure. I'm going to do Blade because I need to be traumatized by homeless architecture. Homeless architecture. I think it's the band? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Should probably watch Jetman before Dawn Brothers, considering he's the same writer. I've been wanting to watch Jetman. If I was going to watch an old Sentai, we know about Jetman. We know we're going to it would probably be Jetman, given the writer as well. But, I know my roommate wanted to check out Dawn Brothers because he heard incredible things about it, but we'll see. You should tap the bell and see all notifications selected. Blade? Full Moon is about to say the thing. He already has mentioned, he has mentioned the author already, but, but yeah. Okay, what are we on next? I'm sorry that's taken forever. God, this is gonna be like a 4-hour stream. Rescue Kids, especially because what's the 46? What's the one I'm gonna enter on? Robbie R.O. I'm on R.E. It's so ogre, guys. It's over. Because there's this one R.G. R.I. Actually, okay. It's not too far away, I guess. But still. Ugh. Alright, Rescue Kids from 1991. It's not in here. Just like the Rick Moranis Spaceballs. She's not in there. And they all cover their balls. Love that movie. Not for necessarily for covering their balls, but it was the first movie I heard fuck. Because I always thought the swear word was fug. Because I watched Christmas Story and that's how they said fug. And I'm like, wow, that's a swear word, wow. And it wasn't until I watched Spaceballs that like I learned basically all the swears. Basically all of them. Out of order? Fuck. Even in the future, nothing works. Thank you. I was just checking if this is in the first edition. King Yo Kin Pots Kinta King. Nope, I don't think so. My fans leave new addictions. What is that from? Oh shit. My fans leave new addiction. I think that's JPEG. Yeah, that's a JPEG thing. That's a JPEG line. Yeah, it's definitely all notives. Realize it could be, in fact, the fact that I've gotten my channel account, my personal account logged in. Maybe that's just it. No, I was just gonna tell him that the first half sucks. It's alright with me either way.
I watched a few toku shows. I'm just not into them. They're all right. Like Kabutak though. That's okay. That's the thing. At least you tried them. That's cool. I think I've just done really well with the shows that we've picked, and I've just liked pretty much all of them. It's funny that I've also been in a positive environment that everyone's really affirming and like, wow, this is really cool, and you know. It's funny that Berserk 97 and Gungrave are shows where there's a community debate to skip the first episode. That's one of them. That's the thing. And you know what's so interesting about that? For one, Gungrave it's 2 episodes, I'm pretty sure. I'd have to go back, but I'm pretty sure they do the first... It's like the first half of the second episode is what they bleed into as well, and then it gets into the thing. But then what's interesting with Gungrave is that it not only does episode 1 the way it does, very in media res, and kind of spoils you on things and tells you what's going to happen almost, but it doesn't tell you what's going to happen. It doesn't really give you any context for anything, because it doesn't give you any context, and then after it's given you the entire context literally leading up to that moment in episode 1, it replays episode 1, except it re-edits it in a way that you see flashbacks of like the main character piecing together his memories, because he's lost a lot of memories and stuff in the scenario. But so the first episode, you really don't get any context. You don't really know what's going on, or the significance of anything. And then 18, when you watch it, you get everything, and it's showing you the connections and stuff. And it's so rewarding, I think. It really powerful. To me, at least. I thought it was really interesting. I get people could consider it recap or whatever, and sure, it is using similar footage. But that's such a specific, deliberate choice that I love it. I think it's really great. And I would not say skip it. I definitely wouldn't say skip it, because it gives you expectation. It doesn't lead... Part of the reason you don't want to skip... I wanted to say this in my fucking video. I'm sorry. But part of the reason you don't skip Berserk 97's first episode is to let you know that this is not just a medieval fiction thing. There are going to be supernatural fucking creatures in this. And the way it is slowly included in both Berserk and Gungrave, where I've had a mutual tell me about Gungrave where it's like, I kind of wish it stayed as a mafia thing. It didn't get so supernatural crazy. And I get it. I get that. But it's a very particular reason why it's like that. Why it was set this way. And it prepared you for that because of the first episode. It tells you that this is where things are going to go. So that, you know, it doesn't... It's to prepare you for that. You know, so that it lands the right way. It doesn't blindside you and be like, oh, it's dumb, whatever. I mostly watch toku written by anime regulars. Gives me an indication of quality. Oh, yeah? Yeah, I'm on the skip side. I usually don't care about spoilers, but I'm also on the skip side. No, I wouldn't skip Berserk's first episode or Gungrave's first. Because it also just makes it sound like you guys really want just chronological storytelling. That's just what it comes off to me as, you know? No, I need it to be in chronological order! You know, not to chastise you, but like... That's kind of what it is, you know? Sandra Fogg once breaks the fourth wall to tell you that to Google Space Sheriff Gavon to get what it's parodying. That's funny. We released that show. Off topic, but the Xbox emulator runs Conquer Live and reloaded now. I just figured I'd mention it because of your profile pic. That's great news. I want to try multiplayer with people. I should mention only single player works. Glad they're going to work out the PS4 game so it's still relevant. Yeah, I haven't checked out any of the games. Rescue Kids. God. This is going to be a very long stream. Shit.
I need to actually really just focus and go. So I'm sorry if we're going to be quiet for a while. Right, it's not in the book. Okay, rescue kids. Yeah, we're good. Now we're good. Okay. Does it? Does it, though? I can't believe I have to do this. Because I feel like I have to explain every damn article. Everything's a fucking something. Brothers Ken and Go and their sister Ron band together to defeat an evil genius in a Darth Vader-style helmet, plotting to take over the world with his destroyed robot. They use all the resources of the family robot rental business to stop him in this domestic comedy. Any family-based science fiction series runs the risk of comparison with Lost in Space, especially if it throws in a villainous nemesis with delusions of grandeur. No, I don't think it does. I don't think so. I really don't think it does, personally. That's just me. Lost in Space just did not come to my mind. It just doesn't. Maybe for you. But, like, you can't just make grand statements like this. Like, any family-based science fiction series runs the risk of comparison. Does it, though? Or does it just remind you of Lost in Space? Based on an idea by Lupin the Third creator Monkey Punch. Huh. Wouldn't have guessed. Non-linear, my beloved. I just feel that at least for Berserk, it makes it too obvious what Griffith is going to do. No! I don't think it did. I think it makes you know he's the bad guy, and that's really important. Because I love that it gave you this tension of like, but he's the bad guy. But he's so good. But he's like so admirable and ambitious and cool, and Guts wants to be his friend, you know, and like that but you know he betrays him. You know there's something awful that he does that like, but you don't know what. You don't know how. You don't know when. Why. Right? That is so compelling to me. I really love that I knew that. And it is the exact same thing with Gungrave. It's the same. It's not the same dynamic, not quite. But it's the same idea where this is the bad guy. You know? It tells you. And so you get to physically watch it. And you're like, okay, how does this go down? How does this happen? In spite of where it starts. I love that. I'll never skip anything. That's why I never end up watching anything longer than 26 episodes. Yeah. I don't drop stuff, so I know what you mean. Interesting takes, makes sense. The Gungrave games have a completely different story as different staff are involved. Yeah. I remember Mutual who downloaded Funimation's Haruhi, which put the entire show in chronological order without telling you, so yeah. Crunchyroll has it in chronological order as well. It's on Crunchyroll and it's in chronological order. I looked, because I was intending on watching it this summer. And, I was not enthused finding that. So I have to. I want to watch it broadcast order. That's just me. Sorry, derailed the whole stream. It happens. This has happened a number of times. I wouldn't have thought of Lost in Space, but I also haven't seen it. Monkey Punch? Yeah. I mean, a big reason I like Devilman is it keeps the twist hidden until the climax. Yeah. That one I can understand. Because I think that one is something that you wouldn't expect. I don't know. Or you know what? Honestly, with Devilman, it's hard for me because I've seen Devilman. I've already been kind of, spoiled to it. I've seen it. I think there was always something off about. Is his name Rio? I'm sorry. It's been a while. The antagonist for Devilman. I always thought there was something off about him. And maybe you could make the same argument for Griffith, but yeah. I think where he actually goes, like, you can tell, like, it may be a bad egg, but not like the main villain. But like where he goes is like really surprising. And it's also like not really a how thing with Devilman. It's not like with Ryo, he does one particular thing that reveals and like turns him into what he does. So if they showed that in the first episode or in the first installment or did some media res thing, it doesn't really make sense because Akira, that's what he turns into and like towards the beginning of the story. Whereas Guts and Brandon, where they end up post that incident, is much different from where they started. Do you know what I mean? I feel like there's a difference there. It's a different situation, I think. It wouldn't have worked, right? You think of like Devilman, if you do it like, say it's like at the start of like after the apocalypse or something, or I don't even know, because the thing is, right, with both Berserk and Gungrave, there's a distinct before inciting incident and after inciting incident. And there's a lot more to tell after inciting incident, but Devilman, it's a much more beginning to end, and the bad guy doesn't really do the big villain thing until the end. There's no post-apocalypse, right? Do you know what I mean? So there's no further story to tell. So I think it's important to make that. I think that's, interesting to think about, though. Good hook and dramatic irony. Yeah. I gotta get dinner. Hope you enjoy. Thank you. Tabling that one bit of Ghibli Superman. I feel bad for Steven. He doesn't deserve that shit. So stupid. Oh, I knew there was something up about Rio, just not that. Right, that's the thing. You just didn't know it was that. You didn't know it would go that far. I'll give Bruce 97 this. At least it's not as obvious as the manga regarding Griffith. Yeah. I'm not too versed in Black Swordsman. I have read it once, but like a while ago. Because I just ended up liking 97's succinctness a lot more. And I agree. I think with 97, it's just, that's all you need. You just need that he becomes this thing and you don't really know what it is. You don't really get what's going on. But you get, Guts' feelings towards him. And that he's alone. So you don't really know what happens to the rest of the cast. And the same thing with Gungrave. You only know what happens. You know what happens to a couple of characters, but not all of them. I don't know. It's just really interesting. Oh, what happened to Steven? So he made a very viral tweet about how Ghibli animated, and the people are scrutinizing his wording here. He said that Ghibli animated an entire episode of The World's Finest, which is a Superman-Batman crossover episode. It's a 3-episode special, and Ghibli animated the second episode. Ghibli animators. And so he said Ghibli animated it, and people are quote tweeting him a lot, saying it's misinformation, because they're confusing produced by Ghibli with animated by Ghibli. Because they're thinking that, like, Ghibli's not in the credits, it's TMS that's in the credits, and there's all these animators, but they easily could have just been working for TMS. But there's literally things that he is quoting and citing, and he posts the site where it's like, yeah, as a favor to TMS for helping on Princess Mononoke, Ghibli helped, like Ghibli sent their animators to work on this special, this episode. So it's no different from how Ghibli animated episode 11 of Evangelion. They didn't produce it. And that's what people are... He's getting quote tweeted a lot, and like by some big outlets trying to like... not big outlets, but just big Twitter followers that like are just trying to call him out, and like... It's so dumb. It's just really stupid. I was looking up Rescue Kids, and I saw it was 2 robots that look like Eggman's henchmen. Fun fact, Golden Guy was going to kill off Rio after the first volume, but kept him around because fans loved him. Imagine the series would have turned out and killed him. Yeah, probably not as iconic. Probably not as good, maybe. Wow, it's exact. Did TMS make this series? Yeah, they did. Okay, now we're moving on. God, Jesus. Ugh. Rescue Wings. Please don't have anything weird. What is their fucking problem with boy ninjas? What the fuck does this come from? Guys. This is fucking just Rescue Wings. Doesn't like his new job. He was training to be a fighter pilot, but the lack of war means he has to carry out helicopter rescue missions instead. Resenting the discipline and routine, he gradually begins to realize the importance of the role and the fact that there are no Top Guns in a rescue team. Action, adventure, realism, and not a streak of fantasy in sight make this an engaging show for those who have outgrown the superpowered boy ninja of the month formula. What the fuck? Out of pocket. What does the fucking superpowered boy ninja of the month show have to do with this? What is this stray bullet? Please stop. Oh my god. It's such a fucking bone to pick with Naruto or any of these boy ninja, like, who cares? Oh my god. Ugh. I gotta like close chat or something because I just feel like I'm gonna keep stalling and shit. We're at 3 hours. This is not good. Ugh. Although its complete lack of toy merchandising potential has a handicap in a market where most anime is advertising and sponsorship. At least they liked it. Ugh. That's annoying. I think Ghibli mostly hires freelancers, so if a bunch of animators associated with them do a different thing, it's not really Ghibli. I don't know the specifics. Steven has looked into it much more than any of us. I'm pretty sure they're not all freelancers, no. At least maybe not as of... I don't think as of 1997. They were doing a lot of people who are very particularly trained and hired at Ghibli. And they're at Ghibli. And were at Ghibli at the time. And it doesn't matter if they're a different thing. That Ghibli specifically sent them as a favor to TMS. Is it a little clickbaity to say this was animated by Studio Ghibli? Sure. But I don't think it's lying. I don't think it's wrong. It's a sensational way to put it, and might give some people the wrong ideas, maybe. But that's on them. I think it's really interesting. But it's probably going to be bringing to his broader point about Mononoke, which I'm excited for that video. There's also annoying comments on your Owning My video too, but most people seem to like it, which is nice. Yeah, it's like 80% of comment. It's like 80% is nice comments. But yeah, comments be not the best in this one. But like, yeah, I talked about it at the beginning of the stream for like 20 minutes. They really hate Naruto that much. Yeah, I know, right? Still cooling off on Steven, but I dipped as he stumbled on lots of Ghibli employees doing outsourcing work on a Superman episode like majority staff, and said Ghibli made a Superman episode. Yeah, only side. And I know you apparently have a bone to pick with Steven or something, but like, he's right in this case. I'm not even that into Naruto, but it's just harsh. It just wound up kicking a hornet's nest. I don't care for Naruto, but ninja are cool guys. It's like people can't accept an honest mistake or something. It's not like he doubled down or anything. He kind of is, because he's right. Because he's right. Guys, he's right. The Ninja Boy had been a thing for a long time before Naruto. Oh, I know that, but like, maybe it became more of a noticeable trend for them going through all the shows, even if Naruto wasn't a factor. I was going to dig into the thread when I was cooler-headed, but it seems like a lot of heat ain't dying down. If Ghibli is a co-production arranged this, then yeah, you're right. Yeah, like they literally arranged that themselves. Ghibli was like, hey, TMS, we'll give you some guys, and we'll help you animate this episode. But then, like, fucking, sorry, Western companies aren't told all these intricate specifics or whatever. And Steven posted a clip where they had the commentary from some, I didn't recognize who was speaking or whatever, Bruce Timm, I don't know. But they were talking about, yeah, in this scene, this is by Korean studio, that TMS, I guess, was too busy, or was whatever, and so they sent it over to them. And it's like, yeah, that's what they do. But they're still going to be credited as the ones who animated the fucking scene. Because they're just not going to list everybody in every which role. Credits are not the most reliable thing. I think it's disingenuous to say it's the audience's fault for taking the clickbait, though, and it's not the first time he's done this. He's not blaming anybody for, like, it's your bad or something. He's not chastising anybody. He's chastising the people who are saying this is misinformation, which it is not. They're like, this is wrong. It's not wrong. It's just not. It's pretty convincing. He's gone through he's done the research. He's not fucking talking out of his ass. He's not making shit up. He's not, people could just type whatever on Twitter. No, he's doing the fucking research. It's not the first time he's done this. Like, that's just YouTube, Annaliso. That's how you get 100K. That's how you make this your living. That's just the game. And if it's not wrong, it's not wrong. I'm sorry. Guess I'm not as familiar with this stuff then. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the situation then. Animated by Ghibli gets your attention too. Yeah! It does! And it's really interesting. And I really liked the clips that he was posting where it was like, I can kind of see certain like little traces of their stuff in there. And it gets you get to understand their style and some of the tricks that they would do. That isn't just, oh, Ghibli food. You know? I just think... That's the rub, though. I never said the game was right. No, I didn't assume that. But it's not like you can't blame the player. You know? Like, you can't blame him for doing that. Anyway, I gotta move on. Resident Evil. Degeneration. Huh? What are they talking about? Like The Spirits Within, this movie's CGI was state-of-the-art in 2009, but in a fast-developing medium that counts for little. We might as well be talking about Do You Remember Love? Why? Why would we be talking about Do You Remember Love? Where is that coming from? I'm not gonna write it down. I'm over it. Still far below the level, and sadly, in story terms, Resident Evil Degeneration is still far below the level of that glorious antique. Are they really comparing it to Do You Remember Love? Oh, well, it's not as good as Do You Remember Love. Huh? Resident Evil Degeneration? Oh, well, you know, it's not as good as Macross Do You Remember Love. Excuse me? Am I reading this right? Like, I swear to God, we might as well be talking about Do You Remember Love? And sadly, in story terms, Resident Evil is still far below the level of that glorious antique. What's the comparison for? Why? Who cares? Good for you. Like, why? Why are we comparing it to that? Macros Plus? I don't know. I don't know. What the hell? I'm not going to comment on this anymore since it seems I'm out of the loop. Damn Degeneration B movie time. Steven honestly deserves everything in the world for what he's doing. It ain't Ghibli unless he has panty shots and impossibly shiny fruit. Good take, M. I like the username. It's just hard to say out loud. M. I can get that. I can get behind that. I just have to practice a little. Different topic. I haven't seen your on my video because I was catching up on Digest. Thank you. Thank you for watching Digest. It's pretty good. Huh? I think it makes you have to remember, like, he just wanted to mention it, like, he likes I guess. The fuck? Capcom and Sony virtually acknowledged this with an extremely limited theatrical release in Japan and the USA. It was never expected to pack movie theaters, but on DVD it sold respectively. What are they talking about? It's still far below the level of that glorious antique. Capcom and Sony virtually acknowledged this. That it's not as good as Do You Remember Love? What are you talking about? Acknowledged this with an extremely limited theatrical release in Japan and the USA. Genuinely, what are you talking about? I was gonna ignore it, but now I have. That's so... Why every single fucking article has something? This fucking reading has been the worst. It's been fun, but it's like every goddamn time. It's always something, and you never know what it is. You never know what it's gonna be. You never know what they're gonna say. What the fuck? I have to write the whole quote down for context. I can't with this fucking... Like this. Then, this movie's CGI was state of the art in 2009. But in a fast-moving medium, that counts for little. We may as well be talking about Do You Remember Love? And sadly, in story terms, Suddenly we're like, listen, it's not even the, put aside the macros thing. They just switch. They're like, oh, we may as well be they're talking about the animation it's dated, and they bring up Do You Remember Love? Oh, speaking of Do You Remember Love, it's Story. It's not as good as that antique. And now you're talking about Story? Choose something. This is so bizarre. Whew. Just call them M&Ms. No, I want to give it M&M. I want to give him more respect than that. Are they in the same universe at this point? Shoot, this is Digital Frontier, who did Gant Zero. Honestly, they do pretty dope work. I hate this. This looked good when it came out, but now it's bad arguments so much. I know. God. The best part is they haven't said one thing about the movie yet. It's funny because people say stuff like Silent Hill 1 looks good because of how poly it looks. Like, you can still acknowledge the technical skill in a meaningful and additive way without comparing it to new stuff that may not have been possible. Hey guys, look, I mean, Kirby's Adventure was good looking at the time, but it's not as good as Kirby's Kirby's Dream World or Kirby in the Forgotten Land. I don't know what to tell you. It's just quite dated. Like, yeah, you don't say. Is this worse than the Rave Master one? No, it's not. They went hard on that one, but this one's just like, what actually are you talking about? Like, genuinely. What is this? Can you explain, movie? Can you explain, authors? What is going on? Yeah. Glorious antique. What? Like, do you hear yourself? Why are you comparing the quality of Resident Evil Degeneration to Macro's Do You Remember Love? It's not as good as Macro's Do You Remember Love. Like, why does that matter? What does this have anything to do with that? It's like you're talking about fucking Bottle Fairy and you're like, well, you know, guys, it's not as good as Evangelion. Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? I'm so flustered, bro. I'm so tilted from this. I'm trying to think with Mario and Rescue if I haven't comment. I cannot, for the life of me, think of it. Not a single. I can't. I can't. That one was far for worse, so this could be up there. It's just this one like, the rest of the article is fine, guys. Like, they described the movie, and it's fine. It's just this one comment. And they've had, like, whatever, but... Imakawa Mukoso Guns Nomaki might have revolutionized anime as a medium, but it doesn't hold a candle to Demon Slayer Mugen Train. Oh, God. Yeah. I really miss a bomb with the Raid Master article. What even happened? They just went really aggressive and hard on it. I wrote, like, the core bit really was, this is a strictly by the numbers quest story, so of course they can. Describing can they do the thing. But take our word for it, rather than spend 24 hours of your life to find out, limited in both concept and animation, Pokemon card captors in One Piece were here long before. Nothing dates a weak show faster than music and pop culture references, so they're so last century. Instead of a decent script, Sub-Tezuka whimsy. I forgot that line. Sub-Tezuka whimsy. Need we go on? Like, Oh my god. They were too hard on it. They went really hard. Fuck. Oh. Even the problem in kind of dating can tell us how far we advanced beyond this point. Yeah, advanced beyond 2015. If that's the problem, Hayden, I don't think we have. There are always going to be fans that say this. Because one of the theses, general theses that I'm going to be making, I think, in this bit, what I've recognized, I think, is these guys, aside from some baffling comments like that, aside from some, like, wacky shit, like, what are you talking about? A lot of their core biases and sentiments and mentalities are not so different. They're not so unusual. A lot of fans feel this way. You know? I think a lot of fans would make that comment of, oh, this probably was good for 2004 or whatever. That's just a common human thing to think, I think. I've probably thought that before too. I probably have made that comment myself. I can't blame them for that. I can be above it. I can try to be above. I can try to be better. You know, but very human kind of sentiment. I think it's not. These aren't deranged authors or anything. It's a mirror. And I know books are supposed to be doors and not mirrors, but this feels more like a mirror to me. And maybe not in the way that they were anticipating. I guess the random bring up of Do You Remember Love doesn't beat comparing Rave Monster to the Cold War. Yeah. Imakawa Mukusa, yeah. I really did, yeah. Where is the casual audience of this book supposed to see Do You Remember Love over this art? I don't know. They compared watching Rave Master to being tortured in a war prison. Nothing's as good as One Piece for me, but I would never try to compare it to series out of nowhere just because it's not as good. Right! Mentally, I mixed it with Mar, but damn, dude. It's just another shonen battle show, man. Sub Tezuka Whimsy? You gotta hand it to Studio Gainax! Oh my god! Oh, you have no idea how much I feel like this video is gonna be a banger. I have no, like, it's gonna be, oh, I hope it's good. I really hope I can nail it. Because there's so much to say, and I just really hope I nail it. I mean, if I compared every anime to FMA or to Zaki stuff, I'd have a really small anime list. Yeah. They really are the pillars of taste rather than the exception. Dang, nice. Didn't even have to bring up as an isekai. That reminds me, I went back to check out the One Piece article, and how did they get Shanks' name wrong? I couldn't tell you. And you know what's worse? They didn't correct it for 12 years. I say 15 because like 2001 to 2015, but that's not quite accurate. It's like 14 years. It's like 13, 14 years. But they didn't change it at all from the first edition to the third edition. They changed Luffy's name from Rufy, R-U-F-Y, to Luffy? But they didn't change Shanks' name from Junks? Ugh. Deep cut, man. How indeed. Let's keep reading the Resident Evil Degeneration. Oh my god. I don't like this comment. I just don't like this comment. Same mission, different babes, same huge crew required to make the pixels move. Are you really belittling like CG animation as making the pixels move? There are over 30 people credited on the animation team, twice that many on the CG team. Almost 60 on the character team, 18 people working on cloth simulation, 23 on facial animation, and a team of 15 in Eastern Europe handling the models. With studios in Taiwan, China, and Thailand joining the party, and a team of Western motion capture artists providing the movements for the lead characters, one might reasonably argue that this is just as much an international production as a Japanese one. Ugh. Different babes, same huge crew required to make the pixels move. Really? Viz still calls him Solo. That's legal reasons, yeah. They did it because of legal reasons 15 years ago. Now 4Kids don't hold any of the rights anymore. But they still call him that for coincidences. Well, no. I have an original edition of Volume 2. And I don't know, maybe this doesn't contradict what you're saying. I have like an old copy of Viz's Shonen Jump for Volume 2 of One Piece, and they call him Zoro in this. Ugh, it's a very old copy, so I can't, Zoro. I don't know if that's assuming it's focused right. Yeah, it's super blurry, but I definitely think that looks like an R not now. But it is. It's Zoro. And then they changed it later. Future edition. I have all latest editions for all my other copies, and they all say Zolo. But to my knowledge, the anime subs, I don't think call him Zolo. I think they spell it as Zoro in the anime subs, even on Crunchyroll. Boomer's saying babes. Calling him Rufy is still better than calling him Luffy, like the Odex dub. Luffy? At least that's what Stephen Paul says. Yeah, they call him for consistency's sake, but like... The anime doesn't call him Zolo. The anime subs, they still, today, like Wano episodes, spell it as Zoro. And like on the fucking posters, I'm not mistaken. I'd have to look. God damn it. I'm still on the fucking Resident Evil. I can't talk about this. I'm sorry. Check the posters. I'm pretty sure they have to spell them as Zoro still, like the Japanese. Like, it's the whole thing, right? With, like, fucking Logetown, Roguetown, Raftail, Laughtail, yada, yada, yada. Just a thing with Oda. Okay, Residents of the Ashiarai House from 2010. Pretty much if Funimation got the show first, he would still be called that in the dub. Fizz kept it as Zoro until 4Kids dub release, which they changed it to Zolo to be consistent with that. I thought it had to do with the copyright for the Spanish masked sword fighter, though they didn't do that with Smoker, weirdly enough, instead of Chaser. They compromised as White Chase Smoker. Yeah, but the 4Kids is irrelevant anymore. They could change it. Just check my Scholastic version of Volume 2 and it's Zolo. Dang. It was legal reasons. Zoro copyright. Bisuromi Bear is my favorite translation for Kuma. Ah! Yeah. Oh, that was with the Viz version too? I thought that was the case with 4Kids specifically. Similar to how Vivi's father, King Cobra, was changed to Nebra to not mistake him for G.I. Joe's King Cobra. Ah! Roguetown was just 4Kids not understanding Oda's intent. Yeah. But come on. I thought it was always Roguetown. And then what confirms it is in the anime, the sign literally just says Logetown with an L. So, there's no debate. To be fair, Nebra is a more unique name. So it is Logetown. I always feel like, come on. It should be Roguetown. Now that was early scanlations. For Logetown, Roguetown? Sorry. Anyway. Resident the Asiari House from 2010. 2011. Yeah, whatever. RG Veda, 1991. They have a decent amount to say about this one in the first edition. Poorly served in anime. Like many anime designed as ads for a much longer manga. Frustrating English-speaking fans who want to know how the story ends but cannot read the original. But it's all been done better elsewhere, chiefly in the pious Indian co-production Ramayana. Pretentiously used Sanskrit on orthography to write the title, not expecting the English distributors to mistake the opening two letters for initials. It's thus pronounced Rig Veda, not RG Veda. Yeah, it's supposed to, yeah, okay, it's Rig Veda, not RG Veda. Gotcha. Okay. Rig Veda then. Thank you for clarifying that in the book. Yeah, they don't seem to like it though. I think it's more of a dismissive opinion, actually, because they're just really like, yeah, it's one episode. It's not really in the dub, blah blah blah. I don't think they really engage with it necessarily. This doesn't seem like that to me. Bizromi Bear, I mean. Oh, okay. It's like Alabasta or Arabasta. It's meant to be pronounced log town, like prologue. Oh, yeah, okay. Hope they don't spoil Rig Veda. I kind of think they do, but all they say is that by the time it's time for the credits to roll. So I don't really know if they really spoil it, but you know. Did they mention Clamp at all? Yeah, that's the first thing they mention. They say it's based on a manga by Clamp Artistic Collective, who gave us Card Captors. Rig Veda is one of many of their works that has been poorly served in anime form. Manga dub for this is interesting as nobody tries to hide how British they are. Yeah, they say the English dub uses genuinely British accents with mixed success. But the guy who played Buggy and Arlong appreciated that people like his performance, though. One of many clamp works that have been poorly served in anime form. They get the red carpet treatment with most of their shows, and often outshine the manga from my own experience. But did he say he liked his performance? He might have just been grateful people weren't mocking him for it. Okay. RG. From 2006. Five episodes are rumored to have been completed but never aired. Then there's 6 that got released, but then 5 more were completed but never aired. Wow. The remaining episodes were eventually released as a CD drama. Rumors of censorship, sponsor withdrawal, and lawsuits surrounded the production, and at least one person credited as an animation director was removed from the official credits after stating on his own blog that he had never even heard of such a project. Another was the subject of a court case. Compared to Kibo, which was similarly acrimonious and informative. Yeah. Like, just, I gotta move on. I'm sorry if I'm gonna be kind of, like, curt with some of these now, but, because I just really need to get through to the quota. But, that was good, just with, like, act like Kiba. Acrimonious and informative about the business. Ride Back from 2009. Okay. Far more than a simple mecha adventure. It suffers from being too short. It's 12 episodes. So the multiple story possibilities are simply sketched and not explored, but the engaging protagonist, beautiful animation, subtle symbolism make it an intriguing package. I'm happy they liked it. Cool. That's nice. Say as well, more than a simple mecha adventure. And that's a kind way of putting it. You know how we've talked about being kind of prudish about how they put down other anime to lift others up. I think that's a tasteful way to do it. Just say it's more than a simple mecha adventure, you know. And I think that's perfectly fine. That's a polite, respectful, encouraging way of putting it. You know, that's what I would want to see. Not this fucking like. It's like the trite. It's not like the bullshit. You know, like other Muxmech is bad, but not this one, right? Ride of the Valkyrie. Boom, 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 boom. 2004. Porn anime. Great. Gleefully unbound by history or mythology. Expect tentacles, large syringes, and perky girls with the hair in ribboned pigtails. Bean! Writing Bean! This mech is about the character. They actually said that at one point. M&M, they literally said that about Bokurano. This one's about the characters. I don't really think Ride Back feels like much of a mecha adventure at all. It feels more like a sports show with mecha at first. That becomes more of an action series about overthrowing the government. Hating on Twin Tails. They didn't hate on him. They said expect it. Hey, expect tentacles, expect large syringes, expect perky girls with the hair and ribbon pigtails. That's all they're saying. Okay, Writing Beam. I'm not going to read this one, unfortunately. I know it's a popular title, but I need to move on. I need to keep going. Story ends with... Didn't have to do that. Most interesting and watchable of anime actioners. they're comparing the third edition now. I'll say that was a good article. I'll actually give them that one. You know, I have to. I'm really bad. I will say that one of the shortcomings that I did in this project is that I don't really give them too much credit for when it's a good article, or at least a sound one. You know, I usually it has to be kind of exceptional for it to be good, but I really do want to give this one to with Writing Beam, where I think it's like that was perfectly fair. You can give their opinion, decent synopsis, connection to Gunsmith Cats with you know, it seemed finished because of some licensing issues and stuff. It seemed good. But like good, a lot of the time for me, good ends up being exceptional. You know. Like worth mention because, you know, most of the time it's just fine and passable and okay. I just checked the interview with 4Kids Buddy voice actor and he seems to have a positive opinion. Well, I'm glad he enjoyed it. I know Sanji's actor despises his. That's why he stopped voice acting. Aww. I hate to see people quit for like being discouraged by that. You know, by when that happens. 2010. Great porn game. Rin Daughters of Mnemosyne. 2008. I'd say mixed. They're really short about this one. I was kind of grateful for it, but because I really need to keep going. But Rin Daughters of Mnemosyne. If what you're after is sleazy entertainment masquerading as a sophisticated fantasy thriller, this is for you. He just thought he would never be able to live down his 4Kids Sanji. On the flip side, he runs a successful bar in New York and was on an episode of Jeopardy. That's cool. That's good to hear. Ringetsu. Is there such thing as poor voice direction? And it's important to distinguish that. It's hard to, I really admire a lot of people who can analyze dubs in that way. I don't know if I'd be able to be frank. Porn game. Ringing bell. This is the first edition, of course. Completely spoils the whole thing. Literally describes the entire movie. The entire thing. Like you could read this and you don't have to watch the show, the anime. Unbelievable. Not great commentary either. A mind-bogglingly disturbing children's film that makes Bambi look like a comedy. And Pan-Man creator Takashi Yanase's children's book is an unexpectedly nasty outing for the Hello Kitty studio Sanrio, featuring sing-along lyrics such as "We will travel, wolf and ram, and will ravage all the land." Look, I think it's on purpose, but they say it's nasty. I think they gave it a negative review. That sounds negative to me. Okay. I could be wrong about like what do you guys think? The way they say this, right? This is what they say about this movie. A mind-bogglingly disturbing children's film that makes Bambi look like a comedy. And Pan-Man creator is an unexpectedly nasty outing for the Hello Kitty studio Sanrio. Oh, they also did add something to the third edition. They say compared to On a Stormy Night. Arashi no Yoruni. Yeah, I get it. It's like when they watched this documentary on Troll 2, the director wasn't a native English speaker. Ringing Bell's a classic. I think I gave it a negative review, I'm not gonna lie. Mind-bogglingly disturbing children's film makes Bambi look like a comedy. Unexpectedly nasty outing for the Hello Kitty studio Sanrio. (2011). Because this is a porn anime. They always do this. You never find out if it's a porn anime until you read the whole fucking thing. Rintaro. Let me read this one out loud. Pseudonym for Masayuki Hayashi, often miscredited outside Japan as Taro Rin. Okay. Born in Tokyo, Rintaro graduated from Takata Middle School and began working in 1958 for Toei Animation. Subsequently, he has managed to turn up on the credits listing for most of the landmark anime of the latter half of the 20th century, beginning with Panda and the Magic Serpent. He moved to Mushi Production in 1963 in time to work on both Astro Boy and Kimba, and became one of the early cheerleaders for Tezuka's move into limited animation as an artistic opportunity, and not merely a budgetary decision. After going freelance in the late 1960s, he worked on Captain Harlock before gaining his feature direction debut with one of the Galaxy Express 3-9 spin-offs in 1979. It's the first 3-9 movie. Am I wrong? Like, he directed the first one. I could be wrong about it. Wait a minute. I'm pretty sure he directed both of them. Like, the first two movies. Am I wrong? Yeah, so this is a movie from 1979, and it is directed by Rintaro. What's going on? It's weird. I guess it's a spin-off, technically, but it's a movie adaptation. It literally is a movie adaptation. He was one of 3 directors of note deemed worthy of inclusion in the Neo Tokyo anthology, and subsequent work has included further feature films and video work such as Dagger of Kamui, Final Fantasy, Doomed Megalopolis, and Metropolis. Okay, not a bad spread. Not a bad spread for his work, sure. Not a bad article. What's the age rating for Ringing Bell? Do they realize the message of Ringing Bell was how holding a grudge your whole life will change you for the worse? It's a children's film. It's not just pointless cruelty. I don't know. I guess they didn't get it. Or maybe they didn't watch it. Again, I don't want to assume, but like, it's very possible that they just read it and they're like, oh, yes. Again, I hate to assume. I would wager to reason they've seen Ringing Bell, but you never know. Rio Rainbow Gate from 2011. But also recalling card collection anime aimed at younger viewers, such as Card Captors and Yu-Gi-Oh! Because, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh! And Card Captors. One and the same. Just like, you like Yu-Gi-Oh? I bet you love Card Captor Sakura. Oh, you're a Card Captor Sakura fan, are you? You'd love Yu-Gi-Oh! I think you're misinterpreting one of those titles. Just one. Only one, because Rio Rainbow Gate seems to be like world's greatest casino dealer, because it's what, you know, she's playing. It doesn't even say what game she's playing. Actually, she's drawn into a mysterious game called the Gate Battle. So, I guess it's cards. Wait, what? I have no idea what the show is. So if that's a that sets you off, great. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let me read the whole thing. Rio Rollins is a casino dealer employed at the Howard Resort and Island Casino. She's the daughter of another legendary dealer and is credited with bringing luck to gamblers just by walking past them, earning her the nickname Goddess of Victory. Her life changes when she befriends a little girl whose grandfather has come to play at the casino and is drawn into a mysterious game called the Gate Battle. She's about to learn things about her family, friends, and boss that she has never imagined, as the battle to be known as the world's greatest casino dealer unfolds. Based on Koei Tecmo's Rio series of pachinko games, with original character design by Kotaro, but also recalling card collection anime aimed at younger viewers, such as Card Captors and Yu-Gi-Oh! I haven't seen this anime, but I know this character is a Koei mascot for series pachinko games only because she's in Warriors Orochi 3. Okay. Guess I'll look into it a little bit. Okay, she's holding cards. Guys, come on. Come on. Sorry. Come on, she's holding cards. Clearly, it's a lot like Yu-Gi-Oh! and Card Captors. Like, come on. Come on. Of course. Fun. I guess I'll write that as odd, just the, again, the comparisons and stuff. Also recalling card collection anime aimed at younger viewers, such as Card Captors and Yu-Gi-Oh! If I had to guess, this is more like Kaiji than Yu-Gi-Oh! Kaiji is a lot like Yu-Gi-Oh! And Duel Masters. I'm pretty sure I mean, I think they gave a positive review for Kaiji. Or I don't know if they really brought up Yu-Gi-Oh! At all. The simple, highly stylized animation and the hard-boiled noirish story make this a show for those whose fathers brought them up on Golgo 13, set in a world where an ordinary guy has few choices except ducking and diving and no faith except his own skills and schemes. There have been 2 live-action Kaiji movies, with this gambling man played by Tatsuya Fujiwara, better known as Light Yagami in Death Note. Honestly, I do think the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Series does have a similar thriller aspect to Kaiji, but very different appeals. They all involve playing games, they're all connected. Yeah, I was referring to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Most are familiar with. I'm not too late. We've been going for 4 hours now, so I don't know how much how much left you'll get. Let me see how many more articles I have to read, but I have to say, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 more articles out of 46, so I would say that definitely check out the VOD. We're past the most crazy stuff, but you never know. 7 articles to go. You never know. God. I would say, what do you guys fellas think the worst has been tonight? I would say it'd have to be the Resident Evil Degeneration thing. I cannot with that thing. I cannot. Oh, I totally blanked. Do they have an article on any of the Riki-Oh OVAs? Let's see. Ricky... oh. I don't see it.
I spelled it the way you put it in the chat, and Control F in the Encyclopedia, and I don't see it. So now you should pick up the Yu-Gi-Oh manga. I only know like 3 issues. That stupid Resident Evil article. That one was probably like the what? I said Fall of the Dinosaur Kingdom. Of the Mushroom Kingdom. Alright, now we're back to the first edition. Disappointingly cartoony dinosaur animation, closer to Barney than Jurassic Park. No change. I would say negative. Risky safety. This is not in the first. It's because. All right, I'm gonna check the back of the book. Omishi. New article, it seems. From 1999. Did it literally translate Rikio as Power King? Oh, maybe. Power King? I feel like it would have shown up in the yeah, it did. Oh, it's because I put in OH and not O. They do have an article on Story of Riki. Story of Riki from 1989. I'll read it. Because why not? In the near future, super tough guy Riki... It's also super short. Why not? Super tough guy Riki is sent to a private prison for a crime he didn't commit. He thrives, however, in the ultra-violent prison environment, fighting his way to the top of the pack and then out to freedom. Based on a manga by Masahiko Takakumi in Business Jump, this story was also made into Nam Nai Choi's live-action Hong Kong film Story of Riki, compared to the much later Dead Man Wonderland. They probably added that for 3rd edition. Remember, proper gun safety, always clean before loading. I remember talking about this series with someone and they thought I was making it up as they couldn't believe there was an actual show called Risky Safety. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought Risky Safety was an H anime. Yeah, I thought that too. If it's not, then cool. Let's check it out. Okay. Like a dual personality thing? Oh, yeah. That sounds like fun. That sounds cute. Rei Omishi's manga combines the shifting changes of Ranma Half and the angel/demon on my shoulder concept, and wraps them in spun sugar, with the dark side as cute and lovable as the Agent of Light,
and Moe treating both like pets or toys, using them as confidants and friends through mini adventures based on Japanese folklore, festivals, and everyday life. Compared to Bottle Fairy, I'm in. I'm in. I gotta rewatch Bottle Fairy. I really do. That would be real. That would be an actual nostalgia trip for me. I tried at one point, and I don't know. It was too hard for me. I couldn't tell you. I should see if it's on physical, because that's how I watched it. I watched it on DVD. I should actually order that. I should actually see if that's like on Amazon or something, or I can get it secondhand or something. That'd be cool. It'd be cool to own. Because I rented that multiple times. I rented Bottle Fairy multiple times. I really liked that show. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, that was cute. Shown as part of the anime complex, often shown form shows, including Neoranga, and it was shown along with other short form anime like Neoranga and Rizzlemine. Okay, yeah. It's only 8 minutes. 24 8-minute episodes. A dead man won't land because it's in prison. Rikyo takes place in prison for one arc. Risky Sippy's not an H anime. Yeah, the first OVA is IRC, and the second isn't? Or am I mixing it up? It's been a while. One of the most hilarious, hysterically violent things I've seen. I love how faithful it is to the source. That's how you do it in Hollywood. Does a guy rip out his intestines and try to strangle someone in the OVA? Very relaxing. It's the Kamichu director. I haven't seen Kamichu, but yeah, cool. Yeah, it looks cool in the film. Satoshi didn't do the scene justice. I imagine Bottle Fairy isn't too expensive. Yeah, I can imagine. Okay. I'm gonna try to remember to do that, actually. I'm actually gonna look that up and try to do that. Good shit. Sorry, Sorry, hold on. I have to make sure I have to do something real quick. Come in. There we go. Yeah. Oop. And oop. Cool. Good shit. Okay. Sorry. And I'll make that note for Find Bottle Fairy. Yeah. I'll make that note. Okay. Restaurant Paradiso. I've been meaning to watch this for sure. It's one of the 8 josei that have ever been made. Charmingly animated evocation of Rome, good food, and delightfully old-fashioned romance. It's based on a 2005 manga. A tribute to a city, a cuisine, and a culture from a storyteller deeply in love with Italy. Oh, cute. I like it. I'm excited for that one. Sounds peaceful. Paradiso. Charmingly animated evocation of Rome, good food, and delightfully old-fashioned romance. That's cute. You really can't animate what practical effect Gore can add to the energy of the scene. Yeah. Rita and Machine. 2010. I'm gonna actually them on this one. This is just a little pedantic for me. But they said their picture books is a hit all over the world. This is like based on like a pretty famous comic strip, I guess. They're picture books with translations in more than 15 languages. They could be compared to Peanuts, except that the backgrounds are much more richly detailed and involve far more of the adult world than Charles Schulz's classic cartoon. Charles Schulz's classic cartoon. Charles Schulz's classic cartoon. Just gonna adjust one word, you know. Charles Schulz's cartoon. It's his comic. He wrote the comic. That's what it's based on. I know, again, it's a really pedantic on the actually thing, but just a little. There's little things like this. They've done this before, where they credit one person that's involved in some way, and then they just way they word it, it's like not really. It's, you know, it's like, I don't want to. You can't just say same difference. It's just not the same thing, because then you're not crediting the people who actually made those animated features. You're not giving those people the proper credit. Bill Melendez. You know, I could be maybe that's wrong, but like I'm pretty sure it's Bill Melendez cartoon. And Charles Schultz's characters, obviously, but it's not his cartoon. You know what I mean? It just I don't, you know, the generalization here. It's like you don't get it. You know, it's like let's be specific. Let's be precise here. To tell that to Kawajiri. Damn right! The mention of Illy reminded me of PS. Yeah, I watched PS. It was cute. It was just something I watched in the seasonal rotation, though, you know? I just wish it was something that I appreciated outside of that context. It's cute, though. Sure, don't be dissing on my hometown hero, Schultz. Cartoons aren't comics? Am I missing something? Yeah, look, no, they're not cartoons. Do you mean like it's technically a cartoon, but I get what you're meaning. Cartoon can mean a drawing. Oh, okay, cartoon strip. Okay, sure. Okay, sure. Okay, sure. Especially when I'm reading it in their voice, right? Comic strip. Sunday cartoon. I cannot. I know what you mean. Technically cartoon, but like. I'm just gonna write it regardless because it's just like kind of bothering me. Sure, but colloquially, that wouldn't be intuitive, and I'm sure it's not used as such here. That's my assumption, right? I think I read that, and in there,
in the thousands of words I've read from these guys, I would assume they're talking about the actual cartoon. This might be a regional thing. The short things in newspapers are cartoons. Yeah, I don't call them that. I've never called. I don't believe I've ever called them that. I've heard them called Sunday Funnies. But Sunday Comics. But like, the comic strips to me. But they, you know, you're talking to somebody who calls the water fountain a bubbler. You know, like the kinds of, not like a water fountain like a sculpture or something. That's like a water fountain. But a bubbler, in New England is you know, like those things you drink water out of, and it spurts out and you can drink it. That's a bubbler. And I'm sure the vast majority of you do not call it that. Every time I go to the bathroom, I miss something important. What did they say now? I'm just there's a weirdness with, they called it Charles Schultz's classic cartoon, and it's like, cartoon's a really old way of saying that. Most people think of the animated variety nowadays. But like, when you pointed that out to me, I was like, you know what? That sounds right. I feel like in the back of my, I'm not saying they've never been called that. I'm not really denying what you're saying. But it just didn't read to me right. As I wrote here. Anyway. Alright, they don't really get much opinion otherwise, though. Rezelmean. I'm happy I got to read this one, because this is the same thing they've paired with Neoranga and Risky Safety. I think that was what they mentioned with Risky Safety. Yeah, Rezelmean. Yeah, Rezelmean. The result. I didn't think that at all, and then they just make this fucking connection that's like, oh yeah, it's like this. It's like, what? 15-year-old Tomonori Iwaki comes home from school one day to find that the Japanese government has married him to an insufferably perky 12-year-old girl. Ritzel is the result of a government experiment in artificial humans. A prototype with the unfortunate design flaw of unleashing incredible destructive power by crying explosive tears when she feels sadness at being unloved. Merely adopting such replicants into a loving family with suitable role models doesn't seem to be an option, so they decide to make her happy by marrying her to a boy who doesn't want her, compared to Final Approach. The result is the search for love common to all Pinocchio clones from Astro Boy onward. Did you see that coming? Did any of you see that coming? Please, if any of you, please. I can't be crazy. I cannot be the only one. I cannot be the only one that didn't see that coming. I call it pretty fun. I mean, technically, this was cartoon. It definitely would confuse people. I actually found it's pronounced Rezelmine, like Minecraft, Rezel Mine. Okay. It's a rom-com show. One of Rie Kumiya's earlier roles. I heard the OP in a meme compilation recently. I was really shocked to hear it. Oh wow. Look, did you expect Pinocchio clone from Astro Boy onward? Did you expect that?
combined with the pathological neediness of Key the Metal Idol and the many, many romantic anime aimed at teenage couch potato boys who think if they sit in their room long enough, FedEx will deliver them a girlfriend, and one who actively seems to enjoy being treated like a doormat. They take no fucking prisoners, do they? Unfucking believable. They did it again. Sight unseen. Sight unfucking seen. Sight unfucking seen. I cannot believe these guys. I'm not gonna even write the fucking clone thing. I don't care. This is the fucking one over here. And the many, many romantic anime aimed at teenage couch potato boys who think if they sit in their room long enough, FedEx will deliver them a girlfriend, and one who actively seems to enjoy being treated like a doormat. Pinocchio clones like Astro Boy? Unless the boy is 12, then it could be cute. Also, what? The whole point of the show is that he hates her. Yeah, they got deep with that one. The girl character sounds like this girl cat in Samurai Pizza Cats with missiles in her hair that shoot out when she cries. He has to grow to appreciate her as the story progresses. I think the comparison to Final Approach is accurate, though both series kind of annoyed me. Are they around the same age? I kind of want to look at what this looks like. Aww. Of course I said aw. Of course. And like, I'm sure if the authors are watching, they're just like, yeah, you see? Of course. Of course. You know, of course I said aw to this. Like, aw. Especially knowing that this character like cries explosive tears when she's unloved. It's like, aw. It's working on me. Fuck. It's funny. Oh yeah, like this is a punk kid. Like this is a kid who just was interested, you know. It's funny, I'm watching Tenchi ni Naruman, and this has a very similar dynamic. Very similar dynamic. Pretty typical animation shenanigans, I'm not gonna lie, but you know. I kind of miss the absolute tsundere craze of the early aughts with tsundere Queen Rei playing all the roles. It seems so cruel to say something like this about a harmless comedy. Final Approach released 2 years later, but both series are half-length episodes. Final Approach has similar themes of arranged marriage. Yeah, though this isn't a tsundere role. Kawaii. Yeah. I mean, arranged marriages are still a thing in Japan. Could be satire. I will say I also miss that era of Kugimiya's roles when she played Miyu in Yuno that came out in 2019. Felt kind of nostalgic. Wait, isn't this from the same women as Pilot Candidate? I don't know. Too cute. Must watch now. Right? Also, I think the Rizelmine anime looks pretty high quality compared to other shorts. Yeah? Looked alright to me. I'd say I'm interested too, because it does, you know. Risk of Safety / Rizel Mine. Yeah. Let me continue reading what they said here. based on the manga by D and Angel creator Yukiru Sugisaki and part of the anime Complex Night slot on WoW WoW, with 12 episodes shown in between April and June and 12 between October and December, alongside Hanakyo Maid Team and the live-action Steel Angel Kurumi Pure. In the latter part of the run, Rizzo gained the ability to transform into a well-endowed, older version of herself, in the style of Marvelous Melmo, thereby completing the box-ticking references to old magical girl shows. Completing the box-ticking references to old magical girl shows? Did she... What, her being an android? Or, like, the Explosive Tears? Is that part of the old magical girl shows you're talking about? Excuse you? Excuse you? What are you talking about? Yeah. I'd say they don't like it, but let me see. Yeah, no, they don't really give opinion on the show itself. But they certainly put down a wide swath of fans. Thought so. She once said this was the only anime of her work she actually liked. Oh, wow. Road to Munich is the next one. I'm surprised no mention of Chobits. That would be the first comparison, since they were both Madhouse adaptations that released in the same season. That's what I thought at the time. Oh well. Instead, they're going to compare it to Astro Boy, Key the Metal Idol, based on a manga by D and Angel creator. And then they also they say that it airs alongside Hanakyo Maid Team and Steel Angel Kurumi Pure. And they also, it's like Marvelous Melmo with how she ages. Cool. Honestly, in retrospect, I think it's kind of unfair to make of a comparison. Road to Munich. From 1972. I don't see it in the book! Oh my gosh, there's so many new entries in R. R's been such a big slog, man. It's been not easy so far. Road. Road to fuck. Munchen. Munchen. Nope. Don't think so. That looks like a new one to me. Oops. Road to Munich. Munich, 1972. Wow. Each episode, so this is after winning a bronze medal in 1964's Tokyo Olympics and silver in Mexico in 1968, it seems like the Japanese men's volleyball team is in with a chance for gold. A harsh training regime begins in 1972 as the world prepares for the Munich Olympics with the Japanese team under the firm management of Yasutaka Matsudaira. Each episode introduces one of the players from the real-life team, often using real-world backgrounds, but using anime to depict the players themselves, since filming them for real would have been in contravention of Olympic rules on amateurs and sponsorship. Although the series ended before the final result, as with Yawara, life imitated art, and the men's team won. A bonus 16th episode, the special, was made after the victory and broadcast in 1972, in the time slot that had been taken by RTM's successor, RTM's Road to... Oh, that had been taken by Road to Munich's successor, Mon Cherie Coco, which is the one that's lost media. Holy shit. Considering the tragic implications of the title, Road to Munich, because of the Munich situation, I think, it seems that the subject included not only the Japanese team's victory, but also some treatment of the effect on the competition of the infamous Munich massacre, in which Palestinian terrorists kidnapped Israeli athletes and eventually gunned down their surviving hostages during an airport shootout with German police. That really does suck. That's really awful. I remember I only know about that because of the movie Munich, but I didn't know actually didn't know that was what the tragedy was. That's so rough. I don't blame her. Have you seen D and Angel? Panicking Up was terrible. What happened? The show has a lost media too, unfortunately. Similar to Mon Cherie Coco, only OP can be found online. Damn, that is a shame. Good to see you, Aochi. You're literally coming out the cusp of the last entry here. But check out, I mean, the VOD's 4.5 hours, but people can be so cruel. Evil, dude. Fucking evil. Robbie and Karabi. A little robot and his little robot frog have slightly naughty adventures in this series for small children. Created by Gen Kurosaki for Aniplex. One sentence. Cool. And yeah, full screen, I still don't have the actual whatever. So we're going to keep it right here, I guess. That is it for this installment. The Expedition of the Anime Encyclopedia. 4.5 hours. Well, at least it's not. At least I'm not streaming past an unreasonable hour, like 11 or if it hits 11, like I really would have had to stop for my roommate's sake and everything. But yeah, so now we've done Robbie and Karabi, and I'm pretty sure all that's left. No, there's more than that. There's we've done 46. I think we did 46 last time, and then we did 46 this time. Since we've done 92, another 46 is, yeah, so I'm pretty sure we have less than 46 entries left. Let me just count. Oh, god, I lost track because I counted one that's not supposed to be one. Okay. I have 40 entries left. 40 are left. So, that would be on a Friday. You can finish that. And since it's only 40 and I don't know how long I'd stream, depending on how I feel or whatever, we could read some more of their articles. Because I just want S to be just May. I just want to tackle S in May. Well, I know we could get a head start. You know what? We could probably just do a head start. No, it wouldn't. Friday's the last day. So we can finish. We'd have to do all of it by Friday. And so then the first Tuesday of the month, the following, next Tuesday is May 2nd. So that's when we start S. And S, as you can see, is 443 entries. Got to do at least 50. We have to do 50 per, I think. So we have 8. I think we have 8 straight stream days of Tuesdays and Fridays. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9. If you do 443 divided by 9, that's 49. We have to do 50. So 50 times 9 is 450. So yeah, we'd have to do 50 entries per. And that was 46 just there. So fun, fun, fun. Long one tonight. Thanks for streaming, mate. Thank you, Azure guys. Good for having you here. Thanks, man. Good job getting through so much. Yeah. I keep thinking, oh, I'll watch an hour and then stay the whole thing. That's, I'm encouraged by that because it just means that it's a good content, good material. I don't know if people are interested in it. It's not for everybody, of course. I think it's just that you guys feel like you're hooked, But I'm happy to. The thing, like I said, I've said this before, but it really is the reason I was able to do this at all, and the fact that I've now actually kept this kind of rhythm and schedule is because I know you guys are going to be there. It's because I know that you guys will be here, and I'll feel encouraged to do it. It really means a lot. Thank you so much. Really means a lot. We're gonna win this letter for a long time, and there's S. I just leave it on the background, chime in whenever I hear something nuts. Yeah. I also like to chat as well. See you later. Yep, let's get out of here. Bye-bye. See you at your peace.